Landing. Take off. Home point has been updated. Please check it on the map. Landing.
Okay, guys, we are back. We had a problem with the audio. I'm here with Chris Cornero and Paolo Ameglio, straight up from Sacramento, California, for the 2023 Sprint Nationals. Paolo, Chris, we had a little problem with the audio. People at home couldn't hear the audio. We got this feedback. We fixed this issue. We are back in the game.
Great to be back.
Yeah.
So
right now we got the just to catch everybody up at home. We have the first round of the men's V1 Open. So they are lining up.
These guys are going to be considered the fastest on the V1s for the race course today. So if you are a youngster, and that means anything 40 and under, you are. Okay, if you are training, you want to be training for this, you want to be on that V1 and preparing for this, because these guys on these next few heats of V1 will be considered our fastest guys. But of course, Paulo, you know that every now and then you have a really good 40-year-old master that might end up competing with some of these guys. But it's good to stay in your prospective age group, because it makes room for those open guys to come out and give it a shot. And
really
again, yeah, it does. And also, you know, you're going to the world events. So just to make sure that you are going to Hilo or any of these world events, that you're paddling with that age group, because once you show up to Hilo, you might place open here and be 40 or 50. But when you get to Hilo, you're going to have the world there. And you don't want to be, thinking that you're going to show up to an open event and you may be a little underqualified.
I think one of the things that happens is, there's a country song where the guy says, I might not be as good as I once was, but I'm good once as I ever was. And I think that's what happens with some of these athletes, the 40 and 50-year-old guys. They can hang with the younger guys and even beat them. But it's a lot harder to do that after 3 or 4 straight days of racing. Jumping in and out of the V6. It's your ability to recover. The older the athlete gets, the ability to recover is harder. And that's one of the things we try to teach as our athletes get older, is the importance of recovery, whether it's sleep, whether it's nutrition, etc.
Exactly.
And it is, like you said, Chris, it's creating room for the next generation, and also, being competitive in your category at the world level.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So we have been here to Sacramento for a World Sprints, IVF World Sprints, back in 2008.
Right.
And I actually participated in that IVF. And so we had the world here at that time. And it's a full week of racing. You're going to do some V6 races. You're going to do some V1 races. You're going to have heats, because there's going to be a lot more paddlers. And then, of course, you're going to get to the finals. So you don't want to lose all your pills in the trials or in the heats, and then show up to the final, especially as you start picking off multiple races. So I know when I got to meet a lot of the Tahitian paddlers in that 08 group that they brought, and they brought over a lot of paddlers. And the way they do it is they have their V1 guys, they only race V1, and they focus on that V1, and they want to win that division. Their V6 guys, they focus on that event that they have, and they want to clean house. So remember, when you go to Hilo, there's a week's worth of races. And it is awesome. So I've always, Paulo, I always hear, oh, why would I want to come out and do a sprint for 500 meters and be done? Well, it's not like that. If you want to come out and do a lot of races or a few races, it's a week's worth of fun paddling.
It is.
It's
also, I mean, that Hilo, when we go to Hilo, it's also a cultural experience. You know, being able to break bread with the Tahitians and the New Zealanders and the Germans and everybody from all over the world. It's more than just the racing. You know, and one of the things we were talking about before we had the audio challenges was race strategy. You know, and here we're racing for position, right?
Sure.
So a lot of times, you know, yeah, you can go out hard, but we're racing multiple heats. So if you go out hard and you know you're top one, top two, that's all you need to do. So you might not go completely everything you got for that
That's
heat.
a great strategy. You're right. In your heat.
Yeah.
In your heat, some of these heats, you only have to be top 3.
Yep.
Maybe top 2 if there's more heats. So these guys that have done this for a while, they're going to look at the competition. They're going to look at how many heats they have going on. And then also, you know, what's going to happen in the finals. As we're kind of waiting, it looks like we're waiting for this start here. Again, this is the first open men's. I want to just go over, I know we kind of introduced everybody, but I just kind of want to go over some of the people that have made this all possible. So we only have one day of, well, we have 2 days actually of these trials to qualify for Hilo. But I want to just give a shout out, and we will be shouting out all day long to these groups of people. We have the USAORCA, and we've met with them for the past couple months, but this has been planning for half a year, probably, if not longer. So that's Linda Dresbach and Stephanie Ciaras were key players in that, and I'll get to them more later on. We've had just numerous meetings of, you know, equipment, of lanes, helpers, volunteers. They're also part of the Northern California Outrigger Canoe Association. So they put on sprints here, you guys. I would say about 7 to 10 sprints every summer. And that brings out a lot of the age groups. It brings out a lot of the youth. It brings out a lot of the novices. And just to get, and so now moving to our other sponsor is the Ade World Tahiti. Now we are very thankful and very blessed that they've been able to bring us all of this equipment, you guys. This was a big endeavor for us. I am part of that group. We brought in 12 Matahinas, and right now we have over 14 V1, Mako V1s, all brand new, never touched water until today. We blessed them.
Yeah. Ari's contribution to this has been huge.
Exactly. And this is all in the name of keeping our sport growing. So when I was giving props out to that Northern California Association, with their sprints, you guys, they're bringing out that youth. We have a dragon boat. We got a dragon boat team here that's brought out a lot of youth. We've had today. We've had other kid programs, keiki programs,
we got
youth
red
programs.
Flag up at the start
good.
line. So speaking of that youth program, one of the guys that's paddling right now, Nathan Salazar, his juniors team is all standing right by the beach, and they're watching him race. Yeah, Nathan's out on the water right now.
And so that's a good point, Paula, you make, is that you're not just coming down here to race, but you're coming down here to cheer on your teammates and your club, your ohana. And I yell at anybody out there. If I see them and they're paddling and they're giving out their heart, I want to cheer them on.
Yeah.
So that's part of it too. We're out here to race.
Actually, that's Matthew. That's his son.
Well, Matthew should be. The reason why they're out there is because his son is in lane 1 right now, you guys.
Exactly. So he's down by the water.
I can't recall how old Matthew is, but I know that he's
a young gun.
He may still be able to qualify for the younger age group. So
for U19, they have to
we gotta start.
Yep, they have to be under 19 by the time we get to Hilo.
Oh, good point. So remember, this we're qualifying for a race that is in August.
Right.
So if you are over the youth age, then you have to actually come out and paddle open.
Yep.
Because it's going to be the birth date of the event, correct?
It's the birth date of the event, and you know it used to throw me off too, because they say U19. It means you're under 19, so it's really 18-year-olds is the top
Right.
of it. And if you're turning 19 in July, you're not U19.
Very good. Thanks
Yep.
for clearing that up. All right, so if you guys are watching and listening to us, and you want to show somebody what these sprints are all about, get your friends, get them on, have them take a look, even if it's just for 5 minutes or a half hour or whatever. But kind of take a look. So this is a screaming heat right now, and I'm trying to get. There's a lot of people on the beach now, which is very cool. It looks like lane 2, which would be Joseph Rodriguez, is got a pretty good. He's got a good race. I can't say he's in the lead because it looks like lane 4.
Yeah, lane 4 is coming on strong.
Bo Felix.
Yep, he
It
might
looks
have.
like Bo Felix.
He might have a quarter of a boat on 2.
And Garandale in lane 5. So this is going to be a really good between lane 2 and lane, I guess that'd be lane 5, huh? Or did he get in lane 4? I'm hoping he's in the right lane. And that's part of the day, is make sure you're in the right spot. It's got a 4 on it. So that's lane 4 and lane 2. Lane 4, now it looks like lane 4 is kind of just kicking right here.
Yep.
He's catching his breath and he's seeing, am I going to get pushed? He knows he's in the lead, you guys, and that's part of the game here. It's like, if you're going to win this heat, save it for the next one.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier, right, Chris? Like you see.
Congratulations, lane 2 for second.
Yep, he had control of it. You can see basically the last 50 meters, he kind of just shut it down. And that's smart. That's smart paddling.
Outside in lane, it looks like lane 6 would have been, lane 7 actually, would have been Benjamin Beck, who unofficially looked like he crossed 3rd. Of course, everything we're talking about as far as the everyone across the line is all unofficial. We do have officials there that, they have the photo finish stuff. We got the timers. They got videos going and all that. So they really want to give everybody a really good, honest shake on these results, because we've already had a couple of good, really close finishes in the women's. And we have, I want to say there was 1 second and third that we couldn't tell how they finished. So they do have this covered. So let's see. And I don't know what heat he was. Oh, so that was Coco in that. That was Coco in that heat then. So yeah, they did change some of the names of the heats. So that was Coco Hoahui from Tahiti that just took that, and he was in lane 4. And like I said earlier, once he knew that he had that finish, he's saving it for the opens, because again, he's going to be racing up against some of the fastest guys here that we're going to expect. We don't really know. We don't have a timekeeper here, but those guys mowed through a 500 meter pretty quickly. So anyway, while we're waiting for that next event, and it should be I want to say it's our women 40s, which is going to be Masters women, the 500 meter. And so that's going to be a straight shot again. And we kind of went over the canoes earlier. It looks like they're lining up. We still don't have a flag person out there. But this will be the first women's race in a V6. Hey, good job. Right on, Coco. How are you? Hey. Oh, yeah, that was fun. All right, so we got Aloha going on all over the place. So this will be our first V6 race coming up with our 40s Masters women. Okay, and I know this was one of Paulo's groups that he's worked with, if I'm not mistaken. So he knows everybody on that team. We got 3 Pacific Northwest. We got Santa Cruz, Outrigger throwing a representation, and then SoCal is going to be in lane 1. So I'm just guessing with the SoCal team. It said, okay, so this is the Dana girls from SoCal. So these girls I raced down in Southern California in the Scora Association, and these girls are awesome to watch. So this is going to be a really cool 500 meters. And I know these girls are going to have other competition as well, but I'm just speaking for the Dana girls that these girls can put a move just about on anybody that I've seen. And they have a great program there. They got a really tight group of, I'd say probably 9 to 12 girls that just really can put down the hammer and throw in any combination. So
When you talk about stroke mechanics and you talk about technique and what it takes to move a canoe, Dana Point women are usually one of the premier examples.
they are now, and I'll tell you what, and it is because they worked hard and they earned it. And I know they had coaches go in there and really kind of shake them up and kind of expose them to some of that world-class coaching and some of the, getting them out there and having them experience some of that really tough competition. Catalina race that we just had last month, they really took off. Yeah, I'd say they handled
it.
And they're moving on to bigger things.
Head
And
down Nui, yes?
yes, sir. I think they're actually planning on doing some Hawaii Nui stuff. And maybe not all of these girls are part of that Hawaii Nui, but this is the core of their training program. So they're coming out to represent that program and their ohana that they have there at their club. So on for them.
Yeah, one of the things that they're trying to do, obviously, is represent their club. And we were talking about this earlier while you were racing, is that when we go to Worlds, when we go to Hilo, we are qualifying not just to have an elite national crew, but we want to have club crews represented. And so what they're here to do is win lanes for their club so that they can take their club to Hilo and be one of the club Team USA crews out there in different age groups. And the crew in lane 2, that's my crew from Miami. That's my Florida paddling hui.
Paddle hui.
And they're, same thing. They're out here trying to win some lanes so that we can continue to grow our program. And I think that's what everybody's here to do.
Exactly.
And again, great thanks to Ari Bob for bringing all these canoes. It's huge. I mean, you can't ask for today the weather and to have canoes where nobody can say, hey, I had the 400-pound boat. Like, these boats are all brand new.
We are blessed for the first time. So that being said, with the clubs and how this association stuff, which is the USAORCA works, is you can you can show up with your club and make a crew and sign up and basically do these trials and qualify. Now, we haven't talked about it yet, but I'll bring it up. They do have a long distance version of the IVF, and that IVF race was just held in West Samoa.
Yep.
And that was this summer. So they every 2 years they'll have the sprints. On those opposite years they'll have the long distance races. So the huge difference for me obviously is the distance and so forth. But the big difference is that you only have for the long distance race, you only have one team that can actually qualify and represent your, I want to say region, but it's your country.
Your country, yeah.
Your country, right?
Yeah, and we were mentioning it earlier. Part of the reason it's only one team is the logistics of it.
Exactly, yeah.
You're doing an 18, 20K race. You can't have 30 boats out there with 3 boats per country. So
right. Yeah.
And we were just talking about the Dana Point women. They did a beautiful job of representing themselves out there in Samoa.
Oh, for sure, for sure. There were a few teams, and it was, I'll say it was quite an exotic place to have a race. I wasn't able to go, but I did train with our men that went. I did qualify, and then things came up in my schedule that I just wasn't able to do it. I wish I could, but the guys and the people that went there had a lot of challenges there throughout that week. And you know what? They overcame, and everybody stuck together, and they got their stuff done. And there were some controversies and whatnot, but the thing is we're here to have fun. We're here to learn. We're here to experience and enjoy each other. So
that's the key word: experiences. Races are great and things like that, but at the end of the day, most of us won't remember the medals. We'll remember the experiences. And I guarantee you, a lot of the paddlers that came back from Samoa are talking more about the experiences than they are the race.
I've heard so many good things too, and that's the main thing. And so you can come down here, following up, you can come down here, you can get your team from your club, and you can come out and qualify for these sprints. Now, I don't know the exact numbers. Maybe you can help me out on this, Paulo, because you're part of that USAORCA.
Currently, we don't have exact numbers because we're waiting on Hilo to tell us how many lanes.
Okay.
We have for the clubs at a minimum of 4 per
Okay. Per event.
Per event.
So like a 500-meter 40s example.
There could be 4 crews.
There could be up to 4. Okay.
And there may be up to 6, but that's going to be determined a little bit later by the IVF and the Hilo people.
Sure.
Who are still doing their contracts and, you know, the sorting of all of this.
Yeah.
So there could be some crews here that are getting a phone call in a couple months saying, hey, by the way, you're in. You know,
okay, yeah. So you got to give it your best.
Yep.
And so for so again, you know, that's what this is all about. Now you can also sign up to be in just a crew.
We have white flag up at the start line, so they're approaching the start
flag
line now.
means, I see one canoe that looks like he's going to take a hard left. I'm hoping they're working with them on that.
Yeah.
Always some. Oh, everybody looks like they're doing a lane shift.
Yeah, and the white flag means, so now we got red flag up. That means they got to be at the start line.
Okay, that.
I don't see a black flag, so it looks like they're getting a clean lineup.
Yeah. And I did give a couple of a heads
Green
up.
Green flag, they're off.
Green flag is off, and I see there were a couple canoes that weren't quite straightened out.
Yep.
The little bit of drama that happens. But yeah, so these sprints go off on
clean
time.
Yep, nice clean start. Yeah, what we tried to tell paddlers earlier is that when you look at the schedule and you see the start time, the time for the heats, that is your start time at the starting line.
And it takes about 10 minutes to get out there. You check in first. They take you through they walk you through an area after you check in to get your craft. So we're trying to keep everything legit. And obviously it's to keep it legit, but it's also to prepare you for what happens in Hilo. And what happens at all these sprint races is, you know, they want everyone to get a fair shake and stuff. So we're coming down. This is a 500. So these ladies are working a V6 for about 2 minutes.
Yeah, it looks like we got a really good race between lane 1 and looks like lane 4 or 3.
Nope, that's
1, 2, 3, 4.
Lane 4. Yeah, so that's
counting can be an issue.
And that's a Pacific Northwest.
Yep.
Do you want to say that?
Purple ladies. The purple ladies. There we go.
If they're not wearing purple, they're not going to be able to be called purple ladies anymore, man. But hey, they can paddle because they are in the money. So
they're moving. And Dana Point girls.
They're actually almost looks like they're kind of pulling up onto Dana.
Yep, it's going to be close.
And so also to let you guys know, most of these V6 races, except for 2 for the day, are basically going right into a final or a qualifying race.
So from this vantage point, it looks like we have a good race for first and second, and we have a good race for third and fourth.
Look at Dana. Are they pushing as hard as they can?
No, I think they're controlling. I think if I were them, I would be controlling, and that looks like it is. And then
they are very smooth, you guys.
And I'm feeling
very
good
smooth.
about.
I wish I could holler out, but then you guys' ears will get blown out.
Yeah.
But that is hey, those girls are purple in lane 4.
Yes, they are.
Purple ladies. They're hammering though. They are hammering.
And those are my Florida girls. Those are my Miami girls right there in lane 2.
And lane 2 looks like they got a top 3.
Oh, nice.
Unofficially, of course. Unofficially.
Yeah, nice job.
So those are Paolo's gangy. Yeah. That was awesome.
I'm trying not to. I don't want to yell too loud.
It is really hard to be here at the finish, you guys. And that's what's so fun about these sprints. And we literally can watch the start all the way to the finish. And, you know, we're probably about 50 feet away from lane 1, which we just saw. You know, so yeah, you want to yell at everybody and say, go, go, go.
That was a nice shot.
So that was really really cool. So after that,
Andre, you about to race?
We're going into the V1. Looks like we're going into the V1 event, and this would be event number 7. So while we're waiting, that's going to be an open men's. I do see the guys on the line. So just to give you guys an idea of how quickly these races go off, we're probably doing about 60 races today. I'm going to look at my sheet here.
Yeah, I think that's the number.
I think we're doing 56, but they've actually had to add a few races today. Yep. So in order to get 56 races done, and again, I'm looking at my schedule, you guys. In order to get 56 races off, we need to have everybody ready to go. So while this canoe race is finishing, the other race is by now down at the start. These guys that just raced will put their canoes in the staging area for the paddlers to get in, and then they get in and they start paddling out on the paddle out lane.
Yeah, it's a lot, right? It's a lot of collaboration between the volunteers, the paddlers themselves, like being aware of, you know, where to get in, where to get out, and paying attention, right? You got to kind of have your head on a swivel a little bit. But this is all the energy. I know you guys are watching this on YouTube. I really wish I could share the energy that is on the, you know, on the race course right now. The people, the smiles, everybody. There's just great energy here. It's really cool.
This is super. So while we're waiting for that V1 race, I'll go back to a couple of shout outs. Obviously, we mentioned our USAORCA. We mentioned the NorCal Association, who so that one of the reasons why is so yesterday we were here rigging canoes. We're setting up tents. We're setting up registration booths. We're doing all this stuff. So that's all from volunteers, you guys. So this race takes an event like this takes a lot of helpers, a lot of volunteers, and a lot of people that are behind the scenes, huh? So I'm going to do some shout out to some of them. I'm not in charge of that. No. We're going to be on Open Min, and it's Open Min V1 500 meter. It looks like they are on the course. We can't have anybody. Those other boats are for backup in case something goes bad. So we can't let those out. We have to have them on deck ready to go. I'm sorry. All right. So what we're doing, well, again, the shout outs here. So all those behind the scenes paddlers, because everybody here that's helping out and volunteering, most of them, you guys, it's 90% paddlers or paddlers that used to be, or coaches or something like that. So I got a couple personal thank yous. And first of all, I want to thank Bud Hull for, helping out with getting all the rigging rubbers that we needed. He's out here. He's doing the start. I saw him out there. So he's sitting on a chair all day, and he's basically he's part of the timing team. I don't know everybody that's on the timing team, but I can tell you right now that they're going to be here all day long working that booth and making sure that they have clean starts and good timers, good times for to record, so that they can they're going to post these results. Which really is cool about these events is you get out of your race, and about 20 minutes later, they usually, if not 20 minutes, half hour later, they usually will post your result, and they'll tell you how you did, and also how you did in perspective to say there's 2 or 3 heats. Because remember, if there's more than one race and it's a heat, then they're going to have a final tomorrow. And that's, I think all of the V1 races that they're having today are all going to be heats. So you're basically qualifying to get to that final. And then once you get to that final, that will be tomorrow. Yeah, you might want to do a little strategizing to see who's going to be in that final, and then kind of just compare your times. Because right now, I would say this course is spot on perfect for sprinting and fair lanes, fair times. So you may be in the first heat of your division and in the third heat, but you're going to be able to go back and go ahead and look at your times and be able to say, okay, I'm going to race these guys, and they were a couple seconds faster than me, so I'm going to have to bring all my money. So that's what's really cool about this. But so, Bud, so getting back to some of the thank yous, is Bud, it was able to, we had 12 V6s to rig. And okay, looks like we got a V1 start in the Open Min division. And I think I want to say that in lane 1 we have Noam Elroy in lane 1, and he's paddling. It says he's paddling for Santa Cruz, and he registered under that. I can see Noam already from here. He is hammering. He actually paddles for Lanakila, grown up in SoCal paddling for Lanakila. He's one of my former teammates, but really always a teammate. I love him to death. It's the most positive kid. He is on fire. So he's moving lane 1. In lane 2, we have Devin Roberts. In lane 3, we have Taoranu Made. In lane 4, we have Dante Allure. In lane 5, we have Brandon Good. Lane 6, Kwasil Sulkanim. And in lane 7, we have Bud Gray. So we're looking at the last 250 meters. And I could honestly say that there's a good battle between lane 1 and lane 3. And lane 4 looks like they're doing really well too. So there's that group. Okay, so here we go with Noam. If you can see him on our drone, he'll be the top boat on your screen. He is, oh man, just putting it on right now. So he doesn't want to take any chances. It's a short but a sprint stroke, which is what you need. His boat is moving. It's surging up with every stroke. He's got a really good lead on these guys. So our 3rd lane and our 5th lane or our 4th lane are, yep, it looks like that lane 4 and then lane 3, unofficially, of course. Right on. That looked really fast. I'm glad I wasn't in that race. Noam did a screaming job. He's one of Ade World Ohana riders. So he does paddle our Ade canoe, and we have a few Ohana riders that love our equipment. We do try to get those paddlers as much support and resource as we can to get them to where they need to be to paddle. So Noam is just an exceptional paddler. He's an exceptional person. He approached us and asked asked us if we needed people to kind of represent. So we have other Ohana riders too that we get out there, and basically, we don't really call our riders team riders because we're a family here at Ade, and we try to bring everybody together. Of course, we want you to do as well as you can. But the team isn't focused on winning all. If you can't, you do your best. You train hard. You commit to the family as far as we're supporting each other and just having a great time. So I love being a part of that. And it's just like being in a club. Your Ohana club is. You are always supporting everything that is good and positive about your life, and that's exactly where we're at. So that was Open Men V1, and we have another heat of Open Men. And are these guys lining up yet? Yeah, it looks like we're getting our, how does it look on the drone? Are we looking like we got some V1 guys coming in? Okay, so good. So this should be event number 8. And we're looking at lane 1. We should have Kenneth Kiata, Tremaine Lawrence in lane 2. In lane 3, Jeremy Roberts. In lane 4, Charlie. And in lane 5, Chance Cody. Lane 6, we have Christian Salazar. In lane 7, we have Dean Williams. So looks like they're staging them. I see a white flag.
Yep, so they should be approaching. So there's a red flag. I have a feeling this is going to be a quick start. Green. Oh, black came up.
Black came up, which means somebody is
over the line.
Over the start line.
There it goes, green. Boom.
Green. So we have another Open Men, and this will be.
Now this will be interesting too, because the black flag didn't come down. So
which means somebody may have been over. Right.
There might be somebody.
Some drama.
Yep. So the way they're doing it is there's a guy on shore with a radio talking to the boat, talking to the starter's boat. So it's being determined by the person on shore, not the person on the starter's boat.
Right. So they got a clean shot at that down the line, down the flags.
Correct.
Start to let everybody get a fair shot.
Yeah, exactly.
At a sprint. And some of these races come down to the final second. Now I know in the 08's World Sprints that was here, we had a lot of the races that came down to the 10/100ths of a race. I know in my semi, I was in the same second as 3 other paddlers. So that kind of stuff will play out definitely in the world event, and it'll play out here too. So
Oh, absolutely. I mean, races can be determined, you know, by. I've seen races determined by one guy having his paddle in the water, one guy being in the air recovering.
yeah, yeah, definitely. So
Yeah. It's who's
that
on the stroke.
fair start is crucial. So we got these open men coming down. This is the third and final heat. Remember, these guys are they're racing to get into that final tomorrow. So if there's three heats, it'd probably be the first two, and then that
Fastest qualifier. Fastest
yeah,
start.
and then fastest after that.
Yeah.
So these guys just need to get out there and make sure that they can get at least top two. And then even if you're not top two, if you're coming in close, you want to get that next fastest time to get into that final. That's kind of how they play the game here. So out in the front there, it looks like we have, is that lane 6?
Yeah, I can't really see
That looks
the
like
number, but it
Chance
looks like
Cody, and I'm just saying, I'm just going by look, which is lane 5. I'm just going by, I've seen him paddle
Right.
before. He is doing an awesome job moving that super good twist and hammer.
He's definitely not taking his foot off the gas either. He's
He
going for it
he
the whole
wants
way.
some time. Yeah,
Yeah,
he wants a good
some time.
time. And there's another strategy is he's going to give it all he's got, and he's going to compare his times to the other guys in the other heats. So that looked like lane 3 coming in an unofficial second, and then lane 4 in an unofficial third. Got lane 2 coming across right now, and lane 1, and that was a full heat.
Yep, that was every lane.
Every lane mattered, and so it looks like we got I would say that's a junior right there, and that's Christian Salazar. And I'll tell you what, he's getting the experience. And he may not have won this one, but I'll tell you what, he's got that experience of being on the line and being with the big boys. And give him a few years.
That's where it starts.
Yeah, that's where it starts, and
That's
he's gonna be hungry.
Yep.
You know, he's gonna come up and say, well, hey, I gave it a shot.
Well, it gives you. You know, when you go home and you start training and you're spending a lot of time in a V1 by yourself, you know now you have a flavor for where you need to be, what you need to get to. You know?
Right. That's exactly it, and the process and everything that goes into it. So
so we got another. Is this a V1 heat? That's like no, I think we got a V6.
We should
heat
have another
Masters 40 women.
Masters 40 women. So this will be one of those races that is going to shake down into a final tomorrow.
Yep.
And looking at the lane selection, we have lane 1 Pacific Northwest. Wait. Yeah, so Pacific Northwest. I don't know if Marissa is just a representative, but her name is on there. Lane 2 Pacific Northwest is River Spirit. From the Scora Association, we have Team Phoenix in lane 3. Lane 4 is Avalon, and in lane 5, Golden State Outrigger. So if you add up those lanes, we got 5 lanes here, and then we had 6 lanes of the Masters 40 in event 6. Remember, we're going on to event 9. Then these two will have to shake it out in a final.
Yeah, so out on the water, earlier this morning, we had Stephanie Yee speaking to us. She grabbed the headset, and she was talking about her experience sprinting in London, and she's part of that Team Phoenix crew.
Okay.
So it's kind of nice to see, you know, when for London, where we were really searching for paddlers, to see these many people now vying for the positions. It's great to see.
And they'll be in lane 3.
Yep.
So we'll keep an eye on them. That's great. And it's always great to get somebody behind the mic to kind of share with everybody, you know, what they experienced in some of these other races, because it kind of shakes out to you know, a little bit more experience and learning vicariously through some other experiences that people have. So we are waiting for event 9. I see a green flag. So event 9 Masters Women 500 meter heat race is underway. So most of our shots now are from the drone. Now we can get finishes here. That's our finish, and that's the approach, right? So we should be able to do something like that once they get closer.
Okay, so we got to start here. Looks like a pretty even heat here from the drone. Wow.
Wow.
That might be one of the closest starts we've had
That
today.
is awesome. Now you wish you didn't eat too much breakfast, huh?
Right? That's the one that gives you the chicken skin when you see them like that.
Yeah.
You know.
That's great. And so again, we're broadcasting through Vibes. They are live stream production, and that's Andrew
Andre Souza.
Sorry, Andre Salsa is our guy here that is leading the way on this live stream. So he's got his cameras, his drones, he's got all his gear, all his equipment, and let's not forget he's paddling today.
Yeah, he's currently paddling out to the start line.
So
he's going to be in the next heat.
Yeah, so so again, another thank you for being here, and thank you for being able to share this with the world. So if you guys are watching this, or you're watching our recorded version of this, and you want people to kind of know what we do every weekend and then train for 3 or 4 or 5 days a week, this is a great example of showing your family, hey, this is what I do all the time, and showing people that you want to try it. Come try this.
And if you guys are watching this on the YouTube channel on Vibes, go ahead and hit a like and subscribe. Andre is really trying to grow the aloha in the sport. So give him a good shout out, give him some love, and hit that like button, subscribe to the channel.
So we have a pretty close finish on the outside. Can't tell if that's lane 5. It is lane 5. Oh, that's actually lane 6 is looking like they're going to come across unofficially with lane 4 right on them. So that was fairly close. It did kind of shake out. This will be more interesting is who's going to get third.
Place looks tight. Wow.
Third place, I don't think we're going to know until the official results.
Yeah, it might be 3, but it's tight.
Unofficially lane 3, but there you go. That was a screaming start. And then on the first 250 meters, the last 250 meters, you saw that that lane 6 and that lane 4 kind of pull out in front. And, once you get going, there's no mistakes allowed on a 500 meter. So that's I believe we'll have some more 500 meter, but as we go on through our day, and just to get us ready for the next event, we're going to have a Masters 40 coming up, event 10, and that'll be on the V1. We're going to have at least two heats of that. Okay, and so this will be our first age group for the V1s, Masters 40 coming up.
That's it. Going out to the start line right now, we see what appears to be another juniors crew.
I would say that is going to be the 19 and unders, and they're going to run, and they do this sometimes, is they'll run 2 different events together in one race. So on the course at the same time, and that's because there's not a lot of entries.
Yep.
So instead of having
that can be tough for competitors. I mean, a lot of times that's where your coaches really have to step up and explain to the competitors, hey, this is what you can see on the start line, because if you have a women's crew 19 and under and men's crew 19 and under, and if the paddlers aren't aware, that sometimes that can throw them off. They'll see a crew way out in front and they get demoralized. And that's really up to the coaches and the leadership of the team to be like, hey, this is who you're racing. You're in a multiple heat, which you see in a lot of events. You see it in Dragon Boat. You see it in Outrigger sprints. That sometimes the logistics of it makes it you have to mix up the crews.
Exactly, yeah. And you got to go out and give it your all. So we still have a lot of 500 meters happening today. But as we get closer to the events in the 40s, again, we're looking at event number 10 and 11 right now. We will have some 1,000-meter races where we'll have multiple turns. On that course, that 1,000-meter, we're actually, my understanding is that we were going to do 250-meter lanes, which would, on 1,000, that would be 3 turns. That was the plan earlier.
That still is the plan.
That still is the plan?
So
okay.
Around 1 o'clock, we'll take a break. And then they'll
Oh,
bring the flags, the starting flags from the 500 mark up to the 250 mark.
okay, because I was looking at where are our flags going to be.
Yeah.
Good, yeah. So that's going to happen in the afternoon,
Yeah.
and that brings just a whole lot more fun
Oh,
drama
yeah.
on those turns because
These boats don't like turning, so it definitely adds to the drama.
there's no V6 that is really meant and designed to actually turn.
Right.
They're meant to go straight. But with these sprint events, we take the equipment, we learn it, and we make it happen. That's why we have those certain distances in between each lane. Is basically you're allowing that canoe to have two lengths on that lane, and it's only really for that turn. So once we get into those turns,
the lanes here today for the turn are 45 feet. So it's about the length of the boat, basically.
times two, right?
Yeah,
Times
exactly.
two, yeah.
So you're 45 to the middle, and then from the middle out, you're 45. And,
yeah.
And you can't come out of the lane. And, here again, as we prepare for Worlds, at Worlds, you can't come out of the lane with your tail or your nose.
Wow.
So sometimes a steersperson will
green flag,
and sometimes a steersperson will hug the outside of the lane,
yeah,
trying to get that angle to come in, and they'll kick the tail out.
They'll swing the tail out. Ooh.
And if they kick the tail out, you
just gave away my strategy, and now you're saying I'm going to.
If you kick your tail out in the 6-man, you're out of the lane.
Yeah.
And the thing is that the nose or the tail can't pass over the top of a buoy.
All right, so that's good to know. I guess I'm supposed to know that as a steersman. Kimo told me I was a steersman just today. All right, so I'm going to run off the lanes here. We have Andrew Thomas in lane 1. We have George Marshall in lane 2. We have Leo Bretto in lane 3. We have Ty Boy Viao in lane 4. We have Steve Haimule in lane 5. Joseph Bob, lane 6. And out in lane 7, Mark Soho. So right now, this is one of those ones that look pretty.
Yeah, it looks pretty close.
Pretty even.
One, two, and 3 are pretty tight.
And this is our outside lane there that definitely can pull a mean finish too. So again, you're wondering what's their strategy? Are they going to just kind of hang and then bump it up at the finish? Because you really can change gears towards the finish and make up some ground. Because remember, if somebody is trying to give it all they got, if they start fading at the end, and you got somebody that's kind of saved a little for the end, they might make that move on you. So right now, looks like lane 1 and 2 are pretty tight.
Looks like 6 is got a pretty good lead on everybody.
And this is our best angle right here, right? Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna leave it.
Sometimes when you watch these guys in the V1s, you can kind of tell a little bit with their body language what their strategy is.
Yep. So lane 4 and lane 7. Yeah. Lane 7.
Lane 4 is showing a lot of control right now. He's got a gear that he can jump into if he wants to.
Yeah, these are Masters 40s, and they don't look like Masters 40s. These guys are hammering.
Real smooth. Now you can see lane 6 just kicked up a gear. Lane 4 is just going to control it across the finish line.
Yep, so that was lane 7
trying to make a move. Lane 1's trying to make a move. That might be close.
He wants that 3rd place.
Ooh, that might be close.
He wants 3rd.
Wow.
A little bit too late to make that move. Yeah, so we saw lane 7 unofficially, of course, lane 4 and lane 6 come across 1, 2, 3. And then lane 1 was trying to scoop up that last 3rd place there.
Yeah, that was a strong finish from lane 1. I don't know if he got it though.
So remember, because this is a heat, we're going to have a final. So these guys are trying to get into that final, which will be tomorrow. Tomorrow will be all finals. So if you're in a heat today, and so all of the V1 races today will be heats that are going to be qualifiers for the final, that will be tomorrow.
Yeah.
And then there's a handful. I know with the Masters Women 40, that would be one of the finals that we'll have, because we had 2 heats of that. So there's going to be a few other, maybe 1 or 2 other V6 races that will have a final tomorrow. But we're going to be looking at just a whole lot of crazy V1 stuff going on for Sunday's final, which will probably go off a little bit quicker than today, because there won't be any 1,000-meter races. I don't see that on the schedule so far. But so it's good. It's good to see people. It's also cool too because you're going to get a little bit more racing in, and of course you're going to have to strategize. And you know, if you're one of those guys that likes to celebrate your victory after a heat, you might want to hold off because that means get to bed early again tonight.
Yep.
Not only last night, but get to bed early again Saturday night.
Get your recovery. It's not beer 30 tonight. Yeah.
Well, you know what's funny, Paulo, and while we're kind of waiting for things to happen, my experience with regattas, and everybody always says, well, why are you going to go down for such a short race? Well, when I'm done with regattas, I am spent.
Yep.
And there's just one of those things where when you start training your body to do sprints and you start asking your body to give as much as it possibly can, whether it's a 500 or 1,000-meter, they'll have longer distances in the worlds. And then if you're just doing your local regatta, Hawaii or here, you know, we have races that are 2,000 meters and so forth.
That kind of output.
Yeah, that kind of output in the short amount of time, it does tax you. You get stronger. You get that cardio thing going, and it crosses over into a really exceptional long distance paddler. So again, going by my experience while we're rating, I see a red
flag's up.
Yeah, red flag is up.
This is going to be a V1.
This is another 40s V1.
Yep.
So let me go over these names. So we have our vibes.
So Andre is going to be.
Andres also is in lane 1.
Yep.
We have from Hokai Pu'uvai, we have Logan Fernandez in lane 2. Nathan Salazar in lane 3. They are off and going. Lane 4, we have Joe T. Lane 5, we have Ryan Erdarby. And lane 6, Adam Becenti. And lane 7, Justin Pike. So they are off, and this will be the second heat of 40s Masters.
Looks like Andre got himself a pretty good start there in that lane 1.
Good. Well, yeah.
And we got to remind the competitors as they head to the start line, they need to stay out of the race course. We got 2 competitors paddling
very
to the
true.
start line right now.
We have
and they're in the race course.
Yeah, we have a paddle out lane. When I see a V1 that's kind of drifting in there, and they might want to make an announcement there. But yeah, we're trying to keep this course clear for the racers. We have what they call a paddle out lane or a neutral lane. And it's not only understood, it's part of the rules. Stay off of the course. We know that. And that's going to happen in Worlds too, because we have a lot of things happening. So this is just getting you ready for that world experience, that challenge that, you know, you want to know it before you get there. So these trials, these sprints are giving us all a little bit of taste of that, some experience working with all of the IVF set rules. Okay, so all of these rules, you guys, when you're interested in what's going on, these rules are all posted up. You can kind of study that, and if you're a prospective racer or you are a racer and you didn't understand something, you can always go to the website for here. We have USAORCA, but the IVF also has their websites in too.
Yeah, and one of the things we're trying to do with USAORCA, like speaking of the rules, is we're trying to, you know, with an event like this, is we're trying to get people to take them home. You know, we'd like to see people using the flag starts at home in their local races. And you know,
look at Andre in lane 1.
He's very controlled right now. I've paddled with Andre plenty, and I can tell you right now, he's very controlled.
Looking really good. Now, being in control, you guys, he has a smooth canoe. That's what I'm seeing. And as you start to fire up and you start hammering, you start to lose a little bit of that glide. And this young man here in his 40s Masters division is dominating the course in lane 1.
Yeah, he shut it down. He did what he had to do.
And now he's popping up his. Oh, he's. Yeah. I love the dramatics there.
Yeah.
The flare to the finish, and after that we have lane 4 unofficially. Looks like lane 6 in the 3rd spot. And so again, probably those first 3 paddlers, and then the next fastest time for both heats combined will take that into a final tomorrow. So we got lane 7 just crossing the line, and he's just getting his wings there for doing this this sprint stuff on the V1. That was Justin Pike. Again, Andre was in lane 1, and I think we had lane 4. All of our shouts of official or finishes are unofficial, of course. We are just kind of spectators, as you guys are. So hopefully, again, if you're watching this on YouTube and you're watching Vibes, you know, you're bringing out some people to kind of show them, you know, what we do with outrigger paddling and kind of where it is now, and hopefully, you know, where we want to be with this is we want more communities to get out, and if you have a lake,
Yeah.
you know, if
And
you,
right now, Andre's coming off the water, and I know if when we listen to the Vibes in other broadcasts, if you're a viewer right now and you have, you know, some comments, some questions, this is a good time to put them out there, and we'll try to answer them as the race goes on. And like I said earlier, you know, hit that like button, subscribe, and you know, help promote the growth of the sport, help promote what we're trying to do here.
can you hear me clapping? That was Andre. So we are looking at our next event. This is going to be that combined heat of 19 and under girls and 19 and under boys. So I'm going to try to, well, let me give a clearer explanation. We have we have the boys and the girls racing on the same event, but they will be in their respective categories. So in lane 1 would be the Pacific Northwest. It's Autumn Rose, which may have been, I'm not sure that that's a club or a group, but it may have been the person that just signed them up. In lane 2 for 19 and boys, 500 meter would be, again, Pacific Northwest Lightning. And then lane 3 is SoCal, which is LA County Dragon Boat Club. And then we have lane 4 and 5, which will be the 19 and under girls. And in that lane 4, we'll have SoCal's Scora team, which would be LA County Dragon Boat. And then in lane 5, we will have Pacific Northwest representation. So that race is on and going. Again, remember, so this is 2 different divisions. So it's possible that those girls do beat the boys. It's happened in many other sports, but it looks like those first 3 lanes of boys have kind of pulled away already, and they're getting close to the 250 meter line. And I can see from my perspective, they are pulled away pretty quick. So those boys are really close together. Looks like lane 2 has got a half a seat on lane 1, and maybe 3 seats on that lane 3. So these guys got to give it all out for 500 meters, because when you're that close, anything can happen, and you have to stay with it. Because remember, some of these guys might have just the screaming finish and pull something out of their hat. So right now, it looks like lane 2 is still kind of just a nose in front of lane 3, but it looks like lane 3's pulled up. And so there you go. It looks like lane 3 is pulling up and making a move. So you guys are watching drone footage right now, and we're going to hopefully get, yeah, definitely got lane 3 coming up. And it's going to be between lane 2 and 3 unofficially. These guys are moving, and I really like the commitment here on that lane 3, because remember, they weren't ahead, and now they are unofficially. They've come up from being 3rd to now they are just an inch in front of lane 2. And of course, lane 1 is saying, don't make a mess. Oh, unofficially lane 3 from our angle took that, and then lane 2 was maybe an inch behind them. And that goes to show you that you can come up from behind. Lane 5 and lane 4 are the 1900 women, or sorry, 1900 girls and young women, if you will. Lane 5 just crossed over unofficially. They won their race, and then lane 4 is probably about a half boat behind them. And again, great to see these youth um, come out and just take over. It's so awesome. And then, when you got a kids program and a youth program, and you come out and you've worked with these kids, you've coached them, and now you see them performing at this level. So remember, this is the qualifier for the Continental USA to get to the IVF World Sprints in Hilo, Hawaii in August of 2024, which is a bit of a ways away. But because we have such a lot of people from a lot of different areas coming together, we're running this a bit early, but as you can see, we have people that are trained up and ready to go to the world sprints in Hilo. And so we have people coming in from Pacific Northwest. We are in Sacramento, California right now. We have people coming in from SoCal, which that's not really that far, but we have people from Arizona. We have people from East Coast. Um, I've seen, I thought I saw some Philadelphia, but I'm probably wrong. But we have, um, you know, we're definitely covering a lot of area. So I think as we grow, and I want to say that we're growing as a sport, because I see it every day with when we're doing demos with our canoes from Audi World. Um, that people are buying up the boats, they're paddling them, some for leisure, some for race, and the Matahina is the dominant canoe in Tahiti, and it's also because of that it's become the dominant 6v6 craft in the world for all these world events. Um, it's a fast boat. It's obviously proven itself in Tahiti. The French Polynesians are definitely the leaders of right now this innovation for the V6 and for these V1s. I mean, there's nothing that's coming out of anywhere else that would be faster. So we're seeing the sport grow. We are determined to, promote sprints, promote youth programs, promote novice beginners programs, and to really grow the sport. If there's a lake in your area, if you're on the coast, Sacramento has just is near Stockton and in inner California, but there is just a million waterways here in the Delta where you can paddle. And so what we're trying to say is that we are determined to grow this sport, to commit to supporting these paddlers that are young. So we are reaching out to boys clubs, we're reaching out to canoe clubs. Um, we have sponsored youth programs in Hawaii, on Kauai, and we are also working on the East Coast to start. We do like a 6-week training program with the youth, and we can, we can just keep going in that direction. So one thing I was mentioning with this qualifier is, yes, we're Continental USA because we actually have Hawaii, who is part of USA, but because they have so many paddlers and they kind of have their associations that they are essentially they have their own representation. So Hawaii will actually have their trials, their qualifiers for IVF World Sprints in Hilo on 2024, and they will. I'm not sure when that is, but they'll basically be doing the same thing we're doing, and anybody that is basically signed up with the IVF and wanting to participate in that, all these other countries will be doing trials to get there at some point. So right now we have Andre back from his lane one finish. Andre, how you
Hey,
feeling? You're
feeling
not even
good,
out of
man.
breath.
I'm feeling good. I messed up, Chris. I was slowing down. Someone told me that the first and second qualifies, So I thought it was ahead, so it was slowing down, but it's by time, so
Oh my gosh.
it's okay. Just come to have fun. But Chris, yeah, Chris is here. Thank you for doing this amazing job. You're like one of the official voices of the VA vibe in the VA community. And but I brought a guest, a peddler, a famous
So
peddler
I
here to
just-
help you.
We have Noam Elroy here. I'm going to hand the microphone. Oh, he's on mic. Okay. Well, listen.
Right here.
So first of all, great race.
Thank you.
I saw you right from the start. It was awesome. So we have drone footage, we have land cameras, we have all the stuff from VA Vibes.
Sweet.
I'm going to take a walk right now because I actually got to get ready for my
Where
race.
we stepping in right now? Which
But
race is
we
starting?
are waiting for the
V1 Masters 50 women.
2 heats. And so they will have a qualifier heat and then another qualifier heat, and then we'll go into trials. But while I have, so Noam's going to go ahead and take over for a little bit. And I just want to say, how was your race? Well, we got you here.
He was having
You
fun.
know, it was good. It was good. Definitely dry out here. My God, my throat
You can't
was
get enough
hurting.
water, right?
Well, yeah, I know, because you can't bring water out there, but just throat dry out there. But no, it was good. I got to say, it was pretty strange having a race be that quiet. I'm used to all the sounds of ocean racing, either like people or you hear competitors, you hear the boats, you hear waves, and it's just silence out there. It's just quiet, calm water.
You can hear your boat glide, is what you're saying.
Right?
Sure.
Yeah. Listen, did you do a lot of sprint training? So Noam paddles a bunch of V1 and
Versatile.
V6. Did you kind of buckle down and say I'm gonna really spend some
Specific
time
training
doing,
for this, or
or
yeah.
did you just come out and wing it? Come on, I want to. This is why
You
we're
want the
here.
honest answer?
Yeah, I want the damn honest answer.
My focus is almost always on distance.
Nice.
And right now, I've been zone 2 training. I'm in the zone 2 training and weight workout kind of stage for the next few months because my goal is Molokai Solo 2024, which is
okay.
in May. So I've been doing that really just skill training on the V1 because the V1 makes you just a better paddler and everything. So V1 and then some weight training. And then on Monday evening, Joey was like, "Hey, are you racing this weekend?" I was like, "What's this weekend?" He goes, "The sprints." I go, "All right.
That's,
you want me to come?" And he's like,
That's
"Yeah."
this Monday, 5 days ago. You decide, you get a call, and somebody says, "Hey, we're doing sprints in Sacramento," which you're based right now
In Santa
in
Cruz.
college in Santa Cruz. But so real quick, tell us a zone
Oh,
2
we're underway.
training.
We're underway here.
So we're underway with
On
the
the
women's.
Open 50. Open. No.
I think it was this one, race 14.
Yeah, somebody turned my page, but this is a Masters V1. 50s women.
Okay. Master with V150 woman.
Beautiful.
So-
all right, we got some spread.
So what do we have on lane 1? We have Sabine Dukes. We have Shin Lu in lane 2. We have Allison Marino in lane 3. Oh, Susie's going to town in lane 4. Kirsten Day. And lane 5, lane 6, we have Lori Jurgensen. And in lane 7, we have Susan Boone.
So
So
2 from Outrigger Santa Cruz, Allison and Sabine.
do you paddle with
Killing it
them?
right now. I do,
Oh,
definitely.
gosh.
I've coached them before. Looking strong, too.
That is super. And it's always cool. And like I said, with these sprints, you're able to just see your people paddling and just start yelling at them, right?
That's another thing. Like I was gonna point both of you guys. We like used to do long distance race where people for the spectators they see the beginning of the race and they
And
wait
yeah.
2 hours to see another canoe coming back.
Yeah.
So it's pretty excited to be like in this environment. You see family here, people cheering up for the
Yeah.
favorite
I see
athletes.
Susie hammering right now in lane 4, and she is just an exceptional paddler, both V1, V6. She does have a V1. She does paddle it a bunch. So she's in lane 4, and it looks like lane 2 is Shin Lu Stokesbury, who's probably looking at an unofficial 3rd right now, but it's not over yet. And then it looks like in lane 6, is that lane 6 right there, or lane 5, is trying to get up to Susie. And she's got a little bit slower of her stroke, but she is moving. So Susie in lane 4.
Lane 4 definitely leading this race.
Man, beautiful. We called the wrong names.
And
at
we
the
have the
beginning, but
finish line here.
We may have, because sometimes they change them.
Lane
That
4.
is Susie, and then
Oh,
we have
Susie's stuck in.
Stokesbury in lane 2, which is she's gonna bring in the back door for third, unofficially
I think
third.
that was Kristen Day came in second. Right?
In second, okay.
Beautiful.
Yeah, so there you go. And that just goes to show you a little bit slower stroke, but a smoother boat. And she was able to kind of, keep that boat fast enough to stay away from third, but not quite able to keep up with one. And so a lot of the strategies definitely play a part. We
And-
were talking about.
And Chris, you asked him Noah a question about the training, if he was doing a specific training for the sprints, and he mentioned that he's doing a base train zone 2, and that's the type of training that I usually do during the year. And not only coaches but also athletes, a lot of athletes. I know that Tupu does a lot of this. He has a specific training for sprints, but if you be an overall if you're training zone 2 or putting like a long distance training with a big base, it's pretty easy to adapt for a sprint race, because even if it's 500 meters, we think that we're doing only anaerobic. No, we have to breathe. It's 500 meters a sprint, but it's not.
Right.
If you burn everything in the beginning, you're done,
Yep.
So this zone 2 is training that you do. It's a very good tool to keep you in shape and be able to change between sprints. Chris is going to the next week. Be ready for the race. Chris, we wish you good luck.
Thank you so much.
Have fun and come back to work
I'll be
after
right
that.
back. I'll
Okay.
be right back. I'm
All
gonna
right.
get
Good
lunch
luck.
too. Just kidding.
Noah, you're running the show right now. You and me, we're gonna do this. But about this zone 2 training that you do, I know that you're a very versatile athlete. I saw you doing long distance. You always there, 6-man, and now here is smashing everyone on the sprints. Did you feel any difficult of adapting to a sprint race? This is your first sprint race? I don't think so. You did the VA Vibes, the VA California series, the race one. We had the little sprint over there by Outrigger. Other than that, you've been participating in sprints?
Yeah, so growing up with Danny, he really emphasizes the sprinting a lot. And so I've done a lot of sprinting, but it's all sprinting with the focus of distance racing, because we have this unique sport where when we're doing distance racing, we are sprinting constantly to catch waves. It's not like most where you just set a set pace. So I'm really good at that 10-second acceleration, but this is 2 minutes is different. But I will tell you, I was in Thailand for the Dragon Boat Worlds this summer.
Oh, you were there.
I did prepare for that because I wanted us to do well, obviously, and that's more this kind of range of distance. So I was getting ready for that. But I will say zone 2, yes, is useful and is important and is a prerequisite to all this. But sprint training specifically definitely changes how it feels. When I got in the boat on Tuesday, like, okay, shoot, I guess I'm coming in a sprint race, and I just started putting down 500s. It hurt.
It hurts.
And that lactic acid flushing and just the explosive fibers in your muscles, like none of those were really woken up. You're building vasculature when you do zone 2 training, but really getting your body to like flush lactic acid quickly, it helps to train that specifically. And I definitely haven't been doing sprint training right now. It makes a difference. I feel it. I definitely feel it. But just a little bit can kind of wake your body up. So that little bit I did early in the week definitely made a difference. And I have some residual from Thailand and doing all the sprints, because we were sprinting nonstop for a couple weeks there. So.
Well, you're training with the master. You grew up training with the master, right? The guy who was like win Molokai at his birthday, 40th birthday. So the guy's just proving what I tell everyone, that age is just a freaking number.
Yeah.
Right? People are freaking out. If you take care of your body and constantly training, you can, especially nowadays with a lot of technology, you can keep competing high level even. And, if you take care of your body, even in a higher 40s or something like that.
Yeah.
But like you told me, I heard you telling Chris that your goal is Molokai 2024.
Yeah.
But another question, for a quick question.
Yeah.
You're in the finals for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay. With a possible victory here for sure.
We'll see.
Okay.
I looked at
How?
the
No, that's the question. How a victory coming tomorrow or a qualification for the Worlds?
Yeah.
a victory, you're going to be the number one athlete for Team USA to represent on the world. So how this is going to change your goals for next year?
That's a good question. The reality is that money is a limiting factor in this sport where there are no true professionals.
That's true.
That is always true. And so I have to pick and choose what races I do. Money and time. I'd love to just do all the races all the time, but I can only do so much. But the getting to go to a Worlds is a very exciting opportunity. So if I get that win, then I'll definitely be looking at it, but it wouldn't take the place. It wouldn't take the place of solo. Solo's definitely been the goal since I was 12 years old. Like that's the biggest one, and then Teaito is the second goal, or Super Aito was really the second goal. But now that that's kind of fallen apart, it's become Seva.
Yeah.
So either Seva or the Hawaii Nui solo. Basically, my my dream in paddling. Who knows if this is ever possible? Is to win solo, Molokai
and
solo, and then one of the biggest V1 races, either Seva or Hawaii Nui solo in the same year. Be like, I did it. I'm the best this year. I'm out.
You can do something close to that. You can win the Molokai solo next year and the sprints.
And then go to sprint.
Right? That's a good point. And you mentioned something. This sport, of course, with the outrigger, it's a cultural, not only a sport, but it's a traditional culture. Right. That's how the Polynesian islands were colonized. Right. So it has a lot of culture being involved, like thousands of years. But as a sport, competition sport is still a baby, still young. Like we're talking about 20, 30 years of high level, maybe 20 of high level competition with Danny, all those guys. So the sport is really new, and yes, the support of sponsors. It's that's why we're here. That's why we have our vibes. Right. That's why we have all those channels. We do this honestly to help the paddlers to have more visibility, to maybe one day soon be living 100% from Va'a. You don't need to be a millionaire, but has a decent life, a sponsor that you can travel and dedicate yourself to the Va'a. That's why we are here. And the microphone is yours also to thanks any sponsors that you have. I always open the channel this is for you guys. So if you have any sponsors that support you already right now, and if you're not supporting, for everyone that is supporting an athlete, here's my thank you right away. For you that is an entrepreneur, you want to support, you love the sport and love what they are doing, those guys are waking up 5 in the morning
real quick
to dedicate. So after this race,
V1 Masters
50 women,
50 women
hit two off two.
And it looks like a really close race off the start. That is a line of paddlers. That's amazing. Love to see
so
that.
We have lane one, Ilona White. I thought for a while it was Iloha. See, Ilona White.
Dawson from Outrigger Santa Cruz. Love to see it.
You know the people from here, from Santa Cruz?
Oh yeah, I know all of them. And Rita Malamed in lane 6. I used her canoe to train for Teaito and Super Aito. I owe her so much. She's great to me. Then we got Josephine Mong in 6, Mignon Fontenelle in 4, and Daphne Hogard in 5. Then Rita back in 6. That is awesome. I know Rita's been training hard. She's actually been on my Marara.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. She's been taking it out all the time.
Oh my God.
Getting ready for this. And she'll continue to be on it if she gets this. So let's see this. Just on the close end of our feed, right?
Yeah, so here we have right in the bottom
6,
part. Yeah, that's the line 7, I think, right? Yeah, the drone is in the opposite side. So yeah, all the way on the top of the screen, you have lane 1 that supposedly it's the leader of this race.
Man, that was a close race. I couldn't call it from here.
Trying to get another angle here. The drone is doing an amazing job here. We have everyone on the screen.
Man, that is a really close race. It's
I think lane
2, 3, 4, and 6.
Yeah. I would say that lane 2, maybe now. Lane 1 and 2 is leading this race.
Man, that's awesome. Doreen Dawson just got in a V1 for the first time this last week. I was there.
She was there first time on a V1?
Yeah, in lane 2. Man, this is a close race.
Yeah, lane 2 here. No, lane 3 leading this race.
Daphne.
And we're getting to the finish line.
Oh yeah, she's awesome. I think I was in Thailand with her back in 2019. Man, that's awesome.
And yeah, we have here lane 3, Josephine.
Looks like Sabine Dukes
Sabine?
actually looks in the far lane. That's funny. Wow, yeah, Doreen Dawson came in second. It's amazing. Doesn't have much V1 experience.
Well, this was a pretty tight
Wow,
finish.
That was a tight finish. Looks like Sabine Dukes is over in lane 7, which she's not written on our paper here, but
Noah, what's next for you in your calendar right now after the sprint race?
so I feel like you asked me a question before. I hadn't quite.
Oh yeah,
answered
about the sponsor. Like you can have your microphone to thank all your sponsors who's supporting you.
Yeah, I really appreciate that, because the reality of sports is you need viewership to get the money to support it, to make it grow. So I'm really thankful to Hippo Stick, definitely, and Puake Designs. They do so much for me, and then Are and Joey have provided me with this V1 and got me up here to race here. I really appreciate that. But yeah, it's really interesting that the sport, I want it to grow, definitely. All of us do, but at the same time, there's something so special about the size it's at that it feels like the entire world is one family.
Exactly.
Everyone that paddles in the whole world just feels like extended family, and that can only grow so much. But I don't know. I'm curious how much that culture can be maintained as the sport gets bigger.
That's true. We just need more support of sponsors, like helping those athletes, like you guys.
Right.
Like I see, especially I've been going like around everywhere, and I see people all around the world. Especially in Tahiti, those guys, they wake up like 4 in the morning, 3 in the morning. They basically paddle to keep their jobs.
Yeah.
You paddle to keep your job.
Yeah. I think. Yeah, it's funny. I'd say, Puake Designs and Hippo Stick are like my biggest sponsors, and I really owe them. But really, my biggest sponsors are the people that help me in my life. Heta and Kiki in Tahiti hosted me for 6 weeks when I was there racing. I owe them so much. My friend Emily Carol Nathan, she's driven me on all these crazy downwinds, like all the time training, and I got a bunch of friends that do so much for me, my family and friends. Rita, like I just said, who just raced, without her, I couldn't have trained for Teaito. I wouldn't have had a boat,
And when you're saying Kiki the Bois? Or the Tehoto's father, or no?
No. Oh, shoot. Last names. So bad at that.
In Tahiti, you're saying Tahiti?
Yeah, I say in Tahiti with Heta and Kiki. Could look up their last name real quick.
Oh.
They did so much for me. But yeah, so it would be amazing. You're asking next race. Like I said, I'm really focused on Molokai Solo, but before then, I'll probably go down through the VA Series in Southern California.
That this year starts in December.
Yeah.
This year, right?
Yeah, so I'll probably go down and do those. I also have the 28th and 29th of October. The 28th, there's a race at Okalani up here, which is just a fun little race, but it's so good to build the the racing culture, the V1 racing culture in Northern California, because it's so big in SoCal. We have this whole series, but in Northern California, there's so little. And then I actually am organizing a little Monterey Bay crossing. I just got a group of fast guys, and I got an escort boat, and we're just going to go do a crossing.
That's awesome.
Just for the sake of bringing us all up and bringing some people up, pushing their limits. And
when is going to be there?
The 29th. Got a little group going.
29 of
October.
October. Oh,
I just did that crossing for the first time myself. I just did it solo on assist. It was so fun. I couldn't see
how
land.
many miles?
It's 25 and a half miles, and I couldn't see land most of the time because of the conditions out there. But it was good wind and surfs, and it's kind of like the wind and surf are perpendicular to your direction, but they're coming on the non-AMA side, so you can corner. I didn't do a V1, I did an OC1. And so I was kind of surfing the whole time. It was so fun. Honestly,
Oh,
it
that's
was a
awesome.
blast.
That's awesome. You know, how many people are expecting to follow in this adventure?
I got a little group of like 7. We'll see how many of us come. It seems like probably like 5 of us going to do it together. But I'm just trying to follow after Danny and his tradition of bringing others along and bringing others up.
Danny it's an icon. It's like someone that I admire as a fan. Like people in Brazil know Danny. No, now Danny also is bringing his products to Brazil. His SUPs. And I'm trying to convince Danny since the beginning of the year to go to Molocabra. That is the biggest downwind. It's the biggest downwind in Brazil next year. A lot of guys are going and having fun. This year we have like a Tupuria. We already had Greg Barton, Oscar Chalups. Tupuria when he did surf ski.
Did Hiti Tua come one year?
No, Hiti didn't went yet. But I'm pretty sure that next year we're gonna have more Tahitians going over there because Kevin CJ was in Brazil right now. Stevie Boy was there and the thing. So they're always asking me. I know that David Pava is going to Brazil around in the end of the year to talk to the guy in Passauna to do some clinics. So would be awesome to have you and Danny over there. Try to convince him, man.
Yeah, I got invited last summer to come and do the V1JR, and like there's some really nice people there. They've invited me to come race. It's just time and money, you know. Ticket there's $1,000.
But I'm gonna take advantage agora because we now because we have a lot of viewers from Brazil. I'm jump to Portuguese to bring those guys to like support you guys and make like an idea to help you guys to go there, make maybe some clinics to help with the cost and everything. O pessoal do Brasil aí, eu estou aqui com o Noah, que é um atleta famoso aqui da Califórnia, um discípulo aí do Danny Tim. Tô tentando convencer os dois aqui a irem para Molocabra next year no Brasil fazer esse downwind maravilhoso aí. Vamos trabalhar juntos. Se alguém, você aí do Brasil tiver interessado em trazer, dá um toque pra gente aqui. And now I have Paolo. Paolo is with us here, Noah and Josie. We're gonna talk about a little bit. She's gonna help us. Paolo, can you introduce our guest here?
So this is Josie from the mighty Dana Point, and really good friend, great human, great personality. And I just told her, I said, why don't you come on the channel and talk with us and just share your experiences in Samoa. You know, it was for us as fans of the sport. It was beautiful to watch you guys out there. And you know, you just got off the water in your first V1 race. So hey guys, that was her first V1 race.
Dang,
first
amazing.
V1.
That was her
Really?
first time. Exactly.
You won.
Congratulations.
So I'm gonna log off because I'm gonna be racing a little bit. I'm gonna leave you guys here with Josie. So
Paolo, good luck.
aloha,
And
thank you.
come back to work after that. Josie, welcome. Welcome. You're going to be running the show here with no one. I'm pretty sure that you know this guy. And it's now good to have two high-level athletes here with me sharing this experience. We having right now
and 75 men.
the Master 60 500 meters.
And mixed with the 75 as well. Master 75.
Running this race right now. But we have someone swimming here in front of the canoes.
Is this Kikaha?
I think lane 2 and lane.
Pulling in
I'm
first
pretty
right
sure that it is 2 and 4 or 2 and 3. Wow, but this is a neck-to-neck race, huh? It's gonna be decided on the end.
Actually, sorry, yeah, I think it's Golden State Outrigger. Yeah, Golden State Outrigger coming in.
Good finish
Lane
line.
3.
Lane 3.
Lane 3, it looked like.
Yeah, lane 3.
All right, now do we have the?
Looks like Golden State came in first, and then
We have another. We have 4 canoes here. We don't
Yeah.
have the registration for the other one.
Yeah, we
Probably
do,
was
we
a registration.
it's
Oh,
the 75.
all
So
right.
Masters 75. They don't have competition. They'll take this one.
All right.
Love to see it. And for our Master 60 men, it looks like Golden State Outrigger took that one. So they'll be going to Worlds.
All right. Now that we finished with this race, Joey, you can introduce yourself here. It's a pleasure to have you here. You're gonna be Paolo and Chris are gonna be battling each out here. The other two commentators that we had, we're gonna be racing one against to the other, and you guys are gonna be running the show here, you and Noah. So feel welcome. I told Noah uh, he's welcome to say thanks to his sponsors. If you have any sponsor, this is your opportunity, to give a shout out to those guys.
Sweet. Hi, Joseph.
Hi,
How's it
how
going?
are you? Good. I'm happy to be here. This is my first opportunity to come and participate in sprints, and we're having so much fun.
Oh, but you're used to sprinting. We met in Dragon Boat,
That's true. That's true. It's a nice crossover.
right? I assume there'd be a lot of Dragon Boat paddlers here. This is right in that alley. Next up, we have the V1 16 and under girls.
Oh, who's in that one?
And now
We
that
got
you guys
Wayne.
both has a background in Dragon Boats, right? Or
Yes.
both of you already did race. You just came back from the Worlds and
Yeah, we
Dragon
actually
Boats.
met at the Worlds in 2019,
hmm
and then this year I went back, and you were at Samoa, right?
I was in Samoa at the IVF World Distance Championships.
And how'd that go? How'd that go? Tell us
Oh,
about it.
that was the amazing country. The people were so friendly, and the race conditions were challenging, but we
Yeah.
had so much fun racing together and meeting people from different clubs from all over the world. That's what I love about these world
Yeah.
competitions, is that you just bring everyone together united, and we just get to experience something that we find so much joy in together.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree. I think sometimes at races people can get all like serious and territorial, but I
Mhm.
always try and run around and say hi to everyone. Like,
hmm
before Gorge, everyone's sitting there all like anxious because there's so many
Yep.
people, and I just try and run around, say hi to all the teachers that came. Hey, thanks for coming. Anyone that came from, outside the state
hmm
or outside the, this side of the country.
Yep. We had California had a pretty good showing at
Yeah.
Samoa. Our
Definitely.
open team, our open women's team took the gold medal,
Yep, that was amazing.
and our 40s team, we came in fourth or fifth place, I think. Our 50s team took silver medal.
Wow.
These are all women, and our
Yeah.
women's 60s team took the silver medal also.
Nice.
And I believe our men's 50s team took the silver medal.
Yeah, they did. They did.
Mhm.
Yeah, that is awesome.
Yeah.
There were some seriously challenging conditions out there. I was watching some of those races live, and it was intense. Where it was like windy, strong
Mhm.
current, but then also so hot, especially in those downwinds. Looked like, I mean, you have people passing out from different teams.
Yeah.
Luckily, I don't think that's happening today. No one better pass out.
No.
Can't
We
go.
have beautiful conditions today.
All right, we got our. I'll read the lineup real quick. Lane 2, Maeli Metava. Lane 3, Jasmine Solomon. Lane 4, Sydney Tholen. And lane 5, Soraya Joshua.
hmm
Sweet. This is the V1 16 under girls. So this was your first time in a V1.
First time in a V1. I had to stop halfway down because I just was overthinking it too much, and then I collected myself and kind of figured it out and
Fair.
finished strong. It was fun.
Fair. It's subtle stuff. Really controlling a V1 is just a little,
Yeah.
it's a little push here. a
You
little
make
thing
it
at the
look so
back.
easy. You make it so.
Oh man, I tell you what, when I first started, so last year, about 4 months before Teaito, I decided, you know what, Molokai Solo is not happening. I'm doing Teaito. I want to do this race my whole life. Like, I'm going to do it. But I'd only paddled the V1 maybe like 10 times,
Mhm.
10, maybe 15 ever. And I was like, I don't know what I'm doing. Like, let's see if I can even find one. So, like I said, Rita Malamed from my club let me borrow her boat. And I jumped on it. And, like, the first time I went out, I was like, what am I doing? Like, I flipped just sitting there. I couldn't control it. My speeds were terrible. Like, I was just, like, felt like an absolute mess.
Mhm.
And then I just 4 months every day just put in the work. And, it doesn't compare to the years the Tahitians have, but you learn so much every time you go out on a V1. Like, even now, I mean, not that I've done that much, but even now, every time I go out, I'm like, oh, here's something new. And you get advice from people you don't
Mhm.
expect. I had a doctor say something to me that I like pulled into paddling. It's like, oh, dang, that's actually really useful. And I'm kind of always improving it. But I will say that there's so many things in my head now that I'm like, okay, which one of these am I using for this race?
Mhm.
There's too many things to think about. Sometimes you just gotta like black out and go back to your
Yeah.
instinct.
What I really enjoyed about it is that it is so mentally engaging.
Hmm.
And I love new challenges. So I'm excited to get on the V1 more often and hopefully master this craft.
Yeah, no, it is. It's more like rock climbing, like where you have to constantly be paying so much attention. Because I'm pretty automatic in the OC1 now. It just happens. It's like
Mhm.
walking. The V1, I mean, it's getting there, but still, there's so much thinking all the time, like constantly trying to react.
Yeah.
But yeah. Did you start with Outrigger or with Dragon Boat?
I started with Outrigger. I started at Dana Outrigger Canoe Club back in
Nice.
2012, and we've had a little bit of success down there in Southern
A little
California.
bit of success.
and
Just win every women's race.
and then in 2017, we were training for IVF World Distance Championships in Tahiti. You were there,
I was there.
and then Ross Flemmer, he had approached our crew and said, "Hey, you're training hard. Would you like to come and try this dragon boat thing?" And it sounded really interesting. We went to
Yeah.
Kunming, China. We did have to try out. We did a time trial. It was
Yeah.
a 500-meter time trial. First time again ever being with a dragon boat. Oops! It looks like we have a race
We do have a
starting right
start.
here.
Let's check this out.
hmm
So it looks like our lane 4 taking an early lead, or lane 5 taking an early lead.
When we
Soraya.
lane 4, Sydney, it's the daughter of our collaborator here, the drone pilot, the guy who's giving this image. He is here like proud to see his daughter competing in the race. So you see this vibes here. Where everyone is helping a little bit. We have like 2 new commentators here. More than welcome. You guys, the drone pilot, his daughter is racing. We have so much fun here. This sprint race is something that definitely should be in the map more. We should have more sprint race. I really like this environment, this energy that
Yeah.
you were able to see multiple people competing from the start to the finish. You
More
know,
fun to watch.
It's definitely a spectator sport.
you guys come from a background from Dragon Boat. I never did Dragon Boat in my life, so you probably more used to this.
Mhm.
Yeah,
This
it's funny. I really I hadn't done it before the 2019 Worlds.
not.
I know Ross also approached me and was like, "Hey, you want to do this thing?" And I was like, "Go to Thailand? Yeah, of course. Why not?" And he's like, "All right, figure out how to do this." And so I did like one race, and then went to Worlds and really
Yeah.
made it happen. But I learned a lot from that, and I've taken that from now, and it's a great community. So many dragon boaters are jumping in to Outrigger, which I'm really happy about.
How is this migration of athletes from Dragon Boat like to the VAA to the Outrigger race? Most of them like running like sprint race, but you see some guys
Once they
doing
get a
long
taste of the
distance?
ocean, they're never going back.
Right.
Once they taste surfing, they're like, "Oh yeah, this is where it's at."
Sydney and Catalina last week. Oh, 2 weeks ago. Whatever.
Mm.
Really? On
U19.
on what craft?
On Catalina, she did the crossing.
Prone?
Oh, good for her.
No,
Oh, sorry,
This
sorry,
year's
not
Catalina.
meant. So Sydney in lane 4 did Catalina the crossing just a couple weeks ago.
And Sydney is one of our crossovers from dragon boating. She dragon boats with LA County DPW up at the Santa Fe Dam.
Wow, pretty solid first for Soraya and a super tight race for second between Sydney and Jasmine. Oh man, that is really close. I can't call it at all. Let's see.
And
Oh,
Nat,
man.
Nice.
Can't tell from here.
we
Look
can
at the
tell from
times.
here was a very, very, very close end of race.
That was actually
amazing
heat
finish.
1 of 2. There are more heats to come. And our advancement is based on time. So we will see on the when the times are posted who's moving on tomorrow. We got our second heat for U16 girls coming up.
And Josie, tell me a little bit more about your future competitions. I know that we're gonna see each other probably in Chattajack, and
Mhm.
after that, a whole week in Hawaii Canoe, right? For the Hawaii Canoe.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So actually, this kicks off my next 5 weeks of racing. So here doing sprints. Next weekend I'll be in Newport doing the off the couch race.
Oh, awesome.
The following weekend I'm going to be going out to Tennessee to do the Chattajack, and leaving from Chattajack to go do Haviki Nui, and returning from that to go do another dam race in Arizona. So it's going to be a busy 5 weeks.
Wow, that's awesome. So tell me about women racing in Hawaii Nui. Is that
So
new?
it's not new,
Okay,
but they used to it's a 3-day race,
Right.
and the women were only racing 1 day previously. But this year they are having the women race 2 days. So we'll race the first day and the second day.
Sweet.
Yep. And this will be
Awesome.
my first time doing it, so
Yeah.
I'm not even sure what to expect. All I know is that we're finishing in Bora Bora, which sounds pretty cool.
Such a legendary race
Yeah.
and holds so much esteem around the world.
Yeah.
So many people's biggest goal in paddling is even just competing in that race. Not even just winning, but just competing.
For people that don't paddle, I don't think they understand how much paddling opens up the world to you. I've been able to travel to so many places that have never been on my bucket list. I mean, going to Samoa, going to Fiji, going to China, going to Australia, getting to go to Thailand, and even, traveling to New York for the first time to do the Liberty race. I mean, it's the whole world just opens up, and
Definitely.
I love it. That's what I love about it, and it keeps everyone young. It spans so many different age groups, and you're going to see people out here, U16s up to 80. So
Yeah, definitely. I think paddling has given me so much in every realm of my life. One is just like we were talking about earlier, the community. The community of paddling is unmatched, and like whenever I need anything, the first place I go is my club, because they're like just an extended family, and that's so special to this sport that everyone wants to help everyone, and like I'm happy for there to be more competition anywhere. Like the more people, the better. I'm just like happy to welcome people in. And it's like, oh, I need somewhere to stay in whatever given city. Let me see if I know a paddler. I was flying from Thailand back to San Francisco after the Dragon Boat Worlds, and I had a layover in Hong Kong, and I was like, I probably know someone in Hong Kong. I knew a couple of people, and I ended up I took a train from the airport, got picked up by Frank from Margen, really nice guy, and he took me paddling. We had this beautiful little sunset paddle, and then we went to a yacht club and watched some night races. They're racing like in the middle of downtown Hong Kong at night on 6-mans and dragon boats.
Amazing.
And I think some sculls too, like some rowing boats, and then went back to the airport and flew home. And I think that's so cool. So yeah, me too. Most of the places I've gone to go are the same ones you were saying, but it's given me so much. But I think part of that is that it's at this special little size where it's big enough that it's around the world, but it's small enough that we're all a family.
Right.
I think that's pretty cool.
I can't agree with you more. That's a really great way to put it.
But I see it expanding in Brazil, and I don't think it's threatening any of the good things at all. I think it's just building that mana, because the people that have reached out to me from Brazil are so kind, and the people that I've met from there at different races and everything, like the sport is newer there, but they totally understand what it's about, and they're like, hey, this is, it's all like family and love and just good things. I really like to see that.
You brought a good point. I'm Brazilian. I'm also citizen here, but like I was born in Brazil, and my whole life I just moved to US in 2015. And like you guys don't know, but like I paddled the first 6 men to arrive in Brazil in 2000. Participate of the first race. Yeah. So Brazil, I'm pretty confident to say that this the biggest paddling community in the world today. Like I'm saying, in amount of people in the water paddling. If you go to Brazil, it's crazy. Like if you go to Niterói, Rio de Janeiro, in a space like this, you're gonna see like 30 teams. And if you go to my city, Santos, where the sports start, like in a space like this, you're gonna see like 40 6-man Bradley canoes. Yeah. So Brazil loves the sport. They love the sport.
Who brought the first? How did it start?
So that's a good point. Like it's a guy. His name is Ronald Zander Williams. He lives in Canada right now. This guy, he bought a canoe uh, I'm resuming the story. This was like early 2000s. He got a canoe in California, Lanakila, the name of this canoe.
That's where I grew up. That's the club
Yeah.
I grew up at.
So he got this canoe called Lanakila. He took this canoe to Brazil, and over there, this was like a 2000 or late 99 or early 2000. Him and Fabio Paiva in partnership, they was like the pioneers of the sport. That's
quick.
how I got hooked up. I was a kayaker,
Really?
and then I saw this canoe arriving in Santos, and I saw a video of Molokai. I say, man, I want to do that one day. You know, I never did Molokai, but that's why I started the sport.
Real quick, we have the second heat of the V1 1600 girls. Lane 1, Viviana Thomas. Lane 2, Alice Pewter. Lane 3, Cora Joshua. Lane 4, Poppy Nelson Smith. And lane 5, Brianna Mitaba. Coming in, it's looking like, was that lane 4? Probably. Taking the lead right now. Poppy taking that lead. Seriously dominant performance there. Wow. Awesome to see this sport growing in all different like genders, age categories, everywhere.
I heard you guys talking about like the how they've changed your life in you have more opportunities to see the world. So if you're listening, guys, this is totally true. If you're listening and you don't never pedal with that's the opportunity. Jump on a OC1, jump on a OC2, and a V1, and a 6-man, and start like living this lifestyle. That's something that hold me up to this sport. Is the ohana, is the vibe, the energy. You know, it's a competition. You're competing against someone, but actually after the race, we're hanging out, we're doing live streaming together. Like it's different from my background from jiu-jitsu, where my opponent want to chuck my head off or break my arm. This is way more pleasurable. You know, it's a sport that I want to see my kids growing up in this environment. You know.
Right, definitely. I have so many people at my school that are interested in paddling, and I just need to make more time to figure out, coordinate, and get people down. But I think 6-man really makes it accessible, which is cool. I think the 1-man isn't always accessible because it's expensive and big, but 6-man is like, oh, just hop in. And I think that's pretty special.
Yeah, I'll tell you, I'm going to have to go get ready for my next race. But
Oh, yeah.
when I did start, I came to paddling with zero athletic background.
Really?
I was pretty much at home, raising kids, working. I didn't have enough time to commit to anything for myself. And when I found paddling, I came in like completely uncoordinated, but somehow with the coaching, you just all of a sudden, you kind of find something that's works for you. And I got lucky. It kind of worked for my body, but when people get intimidated and they think that, oh, I'm not an athlete and I can't do that, you can come into this, just try it out, and you might surprise yourself. And it's just, we have so much fun together on and off the water. So I would really encourage anyone that's considering coming out to find a club, a local club in your area. Lots of them have open house usually at the beginning of the year before they start.
Meaning early spring.
Early spring, we have novice programs and teach you all the basics. So come out and give it a try and have some fun and meet some new friends.
That's really cool to hear. I actually also like I feel like athlete is a huge part of my identity now, and it definitely wasn't as a kid. Like things like soccer and baseball, I was not good at those. Like and those contact sports, things like that. I really just wasn't that good at it. But I enjoyed like biking, things like that. But I never really thought of myself as an athlete. And then I started stand-up paddling, lost horrifically, and then I started Outrigger, and like something just clicked. And I think it's really mostly just thanks to Danny and Lanakila, because I owe them like almost everything because they taught me how to do this all. But as soon as I started having some success there, it like totally like changed how I viewed myself. And now, yeah, being an athlete is like so much of who I am, and I'm training, 9-10 times a week. Like it created that in me.
Yeah,
and it's really cool to
I
hear that
agree.
from you too. That I wouldn't have thought of myself that way before, but it made that for me.
And I started late in life. I started in my late
Yeah,
30s.
that's
You don't
awesome.
have to come and start
Yeah, I was
from a
12.
child. You can start later on in life,
Right.
and it can again work for you. We have different age groups, so find the age group that works. We have the open cruise. We have the Masters 40s, Masters 50s, Masters 60s.
Right.
We even have I think they're introducing the 65s or
Yeah, and there's even 70.
oh
Um,
yeah. Today at sprints we have up to 80s. So yeah, I mean
yeah, it's pretty
it's never
awesome.
too late to try it.
It's so intergenerational. Yeah, Barb from Outrigger Santa Cruz, she's another person that she's been paddling my Marara, getting ready for this. And I think she didn't start till she was in her late 60s or 70s, and
Wow.
was like, I could do this,
Yeah.
and started doing it. And now she's like this legend. I think she was in Samoa, and she goes like all these races around the world, and she's 80.
Yeah.
She's paddling. Some of the people I look up to most, the people that took me on my first backpacking trip, are the Lanakila Golden Masters. And it's this group of guys. They're all like over 70 now, and every year they go on like crazy backpacking trips. And they're paddling. They do way gnarlier stuff than I want to do, and they push me. And I'm like, how are you guys? Do you see how busted my shoulders are? Yeah. Sounds good. We got an interview coming up. Indeed, indeed. So we got an interview coming up. Josie and I are gonna hop off, hand off some microphones.
All right.
Here, I'll give you. So yeah, when it's up.
So, guys, that was no one and Josie, and now Josie is getting ready for her race, and now we have Mike and Andras here. We're gonna continue this show. We're gonna continue this streaming, guys. It's a pleasure to have you here. Please help me running this show. We're having now the Master 50 Open. No, now we have the Open Men 500, Hanohano Lane 1. Uh, Hokai Purvai Lane 2, Haven Chief Lane 3, Mary's My Lane 4, La County, LA County, and the River Spirit on Lane 6. The race just started. We have from here on the drone footage, and looks like the lane 4 and 3 are leading this race. But guys, feel free to introduce yourselves, and it's a pleasure to have you here. I know that this guy's a legend here on the sport. You can tell me more about that.
Great. Here, my name's Mike Dingona. I'm here announcing for U.S. Championships, and I'm here with Andy Toro. Andy is an Olympic medalist, and he's written a book called The Olympic Defector. I'm here, and he's paddling today. Andy, what division are you paddling in today?
Oh, it's actually I'm 84 now, so I'm paddling over 80, but they put me in the 75, over 75 boat, which is okay.
That's great. We're honored to have you here, and I know that you've done a lot of competitions before. Tell us briefly about how you started in paddling.
I started back in Hungary when I was 14 years old. Actually, my brother went down to the club before me. He's 2 years older than I am, and he said, well, why don't you come down? And the coach said, yeah, we need somebody to wash the boats, So I was, of course, loved that because in summertime and water, and we were on a Danube. Danube is such a wonderful river for canoe sport, and even now the Hungarian team is the top two in the world. So
So give us some people a little bit of perspective. So what is paddling? Paddling is to Hungary like what baseball is to the United States,
or even bigger.
really?
Yeah,
Is
it
it
is.
bigger than soccer?
While soccer is the leading sport, then after soccer there is water polo, fencing, and canoeing. Those are
Nice.
the four sports.
So you started in what the C1 or what was
Yeah, I started in a war canoe. That's a 10-man canoe at a learning process for each club. And the first 2 years, that's the only thing I raced is in a 10-man canoe. Yeah, and so
And in your country, I understand you had to distinguish yourself, make a national team before you were able to compete international level, correct?
yeah, correct. Yeah. Well, you advancing as first you make the junior team, and if you do it well in the junior, they invite you to the senior team, and the senior team anything can happen. It depends on you, your determination, and how much work you want to put into it. Yeah.
You were competitive. You were competitive for many years. Give us an idea of the highlights of your career.
But
We're getting just
Just one moment.
breaking, you guys. We just finished the Open 500 men, and Hanohano is smashed everyone. We're gonna try to get some of those athletes here to make like a comment about how they smash everyone.
I'll go
But
sponsor. Don't worry.
I wanna bring a point here. We have the V1 Master about to start, V1 50 Master, and on this lane, we have two of our commentators here that you guys are replacing.
Okay.
Chris Cornejo and Paolo Amelio. Paolo is the coach from Team USA that is going to be in Hilo, right? So it's a very tough heat. Also, we have Darian Hildred, a personal friend. This guy just came back from Samoa.
So this looks like it's an all-star heat, which
It's always
right?
all-star heat that is about to start right now.
Good.
And
Andy, we're going to take a timeout, but when we get a little
Okay,
minute, we're
no
gonna
problem.
continue.
Andy,
Go
I
ahead.
have lots of
Interesting
friends
story.
from Hungary in Miami paddling over there, and
Yeah.
I know that the sport is insane. Everyone want to be in the water, right?
yeah, that's right. Yeah, everyone want to be on the Danube. Yeah, in the summertime. Yeah, yeah.
I shout out for my friends from Hungary that lives in Miami, Esti and Marian. If I know that you guys are listening, and I have this legend, a pleasure to meet this legend here with me. I'm gonna bring this picture to Miami. So
We're just getting ready for the race, right?
yeah, they're lining up. They are lining up for the V1 Master 50 Heat 1 of 2. So how this works here? Like first and second, I heard someone told me that first and second qualifies already for the final, but it's by time. I messed it up. I was leading and I slowed it down.
Yeah, at the finish, give me a fast one.
They started. So we have the start here for the Master 50 V1 500 meters. Lane 1, we have Francis Williams from Pacific Northwest. Lane 2, Chris Cornejo, my friend Chris Cornejo. Lane 3, John Haggard. Lane 4, Tim Lee. Lane 5, Darian Hildred. Lane 6, Paolo Ameglio, another friend from Miami and the coach from Team USA. And lane 7, Victor Torres. So what we have right now, you see here on lane 5 or 6, looks like Paolo. Paolo is leading this. Paolo, Chris Cornejo, and Darian are leading this race. So we have here lane 3, 2 or 3, Chris Cornejo.
Looks like he's stretching it out there.
So probably feeling a lot of the lactic acid is running to the veins right now, right after those 250 meters.
Well, you should know. You raced a little earlier, didn't you?
Right. I was having fun. Yeah, I can see from here Paolo is doing an amazing job on lane 6. We have also Chris on lane 2. So this race is being, yeah, leading by Paolo Ameglio and Chris Cornejo, doing a great job. Chris is a little bit ahead. It's gonna be a very close finish. Chris in second place, Chris in first place, and Paolo leading in second place. We're getting close to the end of this race. And you have, yeah, Chris Cornejo, first place. Second, coming really close, is Paolo Ameglio. Great job, Paolo. Great job, Chris. In lane 4, Team Lee. I don't see Darian. Darian didn't show up for the race. He was registered, but he wasn't here. So yeah, we're pretty sure that both of those two athletes for sure are qualified for the finals tomorrow.
So Andy, let me
We're
ask
back
you
to the
something.
game now, Andy.
Let me ask you something, Andy.
Sure.
You've been doing this for many, many years. Has the stroke changed? Has the technique changed? How has this sport evolved in your eyes?
Well, the stroke is what it changed is that now we paddling with the T-bar handle, which I was instrumental to introduce it to the Hawaii because I went over there with the team, and also in my book I went over the team with them, blazing paddlers, and so before the race we showed up with the T-handle paddle, and then all the old kahunas said, no, that's not allowed, because the tradition is like that. So we went to the Bishop Museum and looked up some of the archives, and they had some T-handles there. So we took the pictures back and said, look this is your tradition, and why are you telling us? So I said, one of them said, let them paddle. They're going to be last anyway. So
What year was that?
that was in, gosh, 87, I think. Yeah, 1987. Yeah. So since then, everybody's paddling with the T-handle, and of course, see that the paddling with the T-handle is much better because your elbow is not low. You can transfer the elbow high, and you can reload the paddle. So that's what the technique changed in the yeah. So you can really be so-called heavy on the paddle rather than just holding it. Yeah.
Right? Paddles.
So, yeah.
The paddles have changed.
But the canoes are changed.
Paddlers haven't changed.
Which one?
Paddlers haven't changed.
No, they're always born to be paddlers. It's just how they coached and how they, get to the discipline. And but the really interesting part, I think, in this thing is that the angle of the blade. Some people like at 7.5 degrees, other people go up to 10, and because I did a lot of studies on that, from the straight paddle to the bend paddle.
To the double bend.
Yeah, and it shows that the bend paddle is more efficient when you're sitting in the boat, but not when you're high kneeling, and that makes the difference. Yeah.
Your
Yeah.
adherence.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
So how did you find yourself here in the States after having a successful career, international paddling career in Hungary? What made you come, or how did you end up here?
Well, that's also in my book. I defected from Tokyo. I was over there with the Hungarian team, and after an event, I did a single event. I was fourth, and so with the political circumstances and all back in the country, it wasn't that good. So I decided to leave. And
What year was that?
64. Yeah. So I went to with my spot.
What are we back to over here?
We're back to the V1 Master 50-man hit 2 of 2. Second hit. On hit, after this hit, we're gonna have a definition who is gonna be on the finals for tomorrow. Here we have lane 1, Darren Aotu, lane 2, Kui Eugenio, lane 3, Kerry Morris, lane 4, Dave Bittenbinder. This guy is a freaking machine.
Okay.
Lane 5, Ernie Wong, lane 6, Tevita Moose, and lane 7, Ron Hobosh. So I would say here,
That's a good
if
fleet.
I have to bet money, I would say that this lane 4 guy it's pretty sure that he's gonna be advancing for the final for next for tomorrow finals on the Master V150 man. He's already ahead of the game. Have two guys here neck to neck. I think it would be lane 4 and 5, or lane 4 and 3. Dave Bittenbinder and Kerry Morris leading this race.
Yeah. Lane 4 ahead.
Lane 4 a little bit ahead.
Hey, Chris.
So we have here Chris Cornell is back in the game after finishing his race.
We'll be back, man.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
And we have here lane 4, David Bittenbinder, that is going to decide who's going against Chris Cornejo tomorrow, and Paolo Amaglio.
I gotta watch the kids because my wife's racing next, but I'll jump on for a couple minutes.
So Dave Bittenbinder is leading this race, Chris. He's probably going to be with you, competing with you and Paolo tomorrow on the phone. He's on lane 4, and in lane 3 we have Kerry Morse that is like a very close to him right now. So that's a very close race. That's Dave Bittenbinder.
Yeah, he's got a nice reach, and he's just putting his body on it, and he's prevailing for sure.
Yeah, lane 4, Dave Bittenbinder win this hit. Lane 3, Kerry Morris second place. I'm pretty sure that both of them are gonna advance for tomorrow, the great final against you and Paolo.
Yeah, Dave Bittenbitter had a beautiful, big, long reach. I think he's been here before. He's been in sprints. He's also a pretty good athlete, huh? You know him?
Yeah, I know. Dave Bittenbinder it's an Olympian. The guy's an Olympian. First of all, he's an Olympian.
No
you know,
fair.
yeah,
No
he
fair.
Olympic Games for cycling in a velodrome.
Yeah.
His wife, it's a legend of the sport also, Dana. Man, I saw that woman
beautiful.
finishing Chattajack and winning Chattajack
Yeah,
in a
yeah,
prom, 7 hours in a prom.
Okay, dang.
So you see the level of the.
That's some endurance.
That's some endurance, man. Some endurance.
You want to talk here? Because I got to go do lunch.
So we're gonna try to bring here
Can you
the
bring me a water?
team from Hanohano.
How far does this go?
The team from Hanohano for an interview here. Yeah, that was the end of the race. We're gonna try the end of this heat. We're gonna try to bring Dave here also for an interview. We have Chris. Paolo is coming back soon. The guys from Hanohano, they just smashed the competition. Was a strong team that came here and they basically smashed everyone in that heat. I'm trying to get those guys here for an interview. Chris, let me ask you something. I know that it was in the water, but the guys from Hanohano, they smashed everyone on that 6-man. They was going so fast.
You know,
we have one of them here, and I want you to
you need a headphones. Let's get Ty Boy headphones
to interview this guy because to explain how they make look so easy.
Coco, you come over here too. So we got Ty Boy here. First of all, I seen these guys paddle out, Andre, and right away I said, is that an all-star team?
Oh no.
We got
Gosh.
Ty Boy here from Hanohano. What do you think? Am I right or am I wrong?
We're all novices. You know, we're out there practicing.
Mhm.
Today was a good practice, and none of us have done this type of event before, so
Yeah.
we wanted to come and knock the dust off and
And
give
so
it
a little
shot.
bit, yeah, Ty Boy, a little bit of background. These boys are from SCORA Association. They paddle in San Diego, the Hanohano Canoe Club. And I have had to race these guys, and I trained with them every now and then when they come up to NAC or Lanakila. But these guys are the up-and-comers of SoCal, and they're just climbing the ladder. And now they're contenders, big-time contenders. And if you lose focus of your race, Hanohano's open men are going to come and grab you. So one other thing, when you guys were racing in the iron division, in the iron races in SoCal,
Yeah.
you guys would have like 2 boats, like right in the top 10, or maybe even the top 6 or so, close together. What's up with that?
Well, thank you for that. I mean, I think that's a testament to the work that the guys have been putting in. It began in the off season, carried on throughout the iron season, and then we had a successful race at Catalina. So we're just thrilled. The guys are really working together and pushing each other every day, getting up early in the morning, you know, when it's cold outside, and just building that cohesion.
Sure.
And then I think that
So-
energy follows with us.
Do you have 12 guys that are doing that? Because I'm saying you got 2 crews that are real close to each other. You got that much gangi kind of pushing for success?
Right now, we have about 17 athletes that are training, and we call them the 19 ninjas, but we're not quite at 19, and so we're trying to
boy.
get to that number. So if anybody wants to come paddle with Hanohano, we need a few of you guys to come and push our top group. So
A couple of plugs, huh? San Diego area. They'll get you in. They'll get you into shape. No choice. Okay, so then today, did you guys? I asked one of your teammates, but I want to hear from you. You guys practice the sprints then?
correct.
Okay.
Yeah, we
So
incorporated
how is that different than what you're doing with your long distance? Because your long distance stuff is working.
So we do a lot of time trials. I started doing a lot of time trials just to gather data at first, starting to refine that process so we can spend more time in the open ocean training in conditions. But it started off with the base of a 500-meter sprint.
And this is what we're looking at right now is a 500-meter sprint with, it looks like, are these the 40? These are, open. Okay, I'm sorry. So we have open women right now, event 23 going. And basically, so these first runs here are all 500 meters. You
Look
guys
at 'em,
just
they're
came in
moving.
at a 500 meter. And yeah, these girls are moving. And what's
They're
so
all
great
very
about the
close
500
together.
meters is when you're training these 500 meters, you guys, you start to eliminate mistakes, right? You start to eliminate anything that's going to lose one stroke, right? Some of
Correct.
these races come down to the same second. What's the break on that? How do you guys do that?
Oh gosh, man, it's something I practice all the time. You know, one missed stroke will cost you about a second, and especially when you get into the 220s, trying to crack that 220 number is difficult. And so when I see people do it, it's
Beautiful.
pretty awesome.
Beautiful.
We have on lane 1 here. It's a very, that's the open women division.
Pacific Northwest, and it's named under Lynn Vicky, but it looks like they're Pacific Northwest. Second lane is Pacific Northwest also with River Spirit. Lane 3 is Pu'u, Hawaii from Santa Cruz. Lane 4, we have May, Marissa, and East Coast is in lane 5.
Lane
That's
5, my
Florida.
friend, my teammates from
Here's
Florida.
Dan. And don't forget, in lane 6, we have the Dana girls again coming to put in some numbers. And I'll tell you, between lane 6, or is it lane 6 and lane 1, it's going to be it's a race. It's definitely a race. So do a little analogy here. Dana girls got a nice big reach, and they're just solid, strong. They don't sit up too straight on the finish, because in these 500 meters, you guys, you got to stay leaning on this canoe. So now the second's going to be between, it looks like lane 5, lane 4, and lane 1, and we will not know that finish until we get the timekeepers. Congratulations unofficially, Dana. And that second place is going to be
Miami was second place. The Hui
unofficially, of course.
unofficially looks like the FPH.
But what a beautiful race. And so we're here talking with Ty Boy of Hanohano, and he just said, wow, if you miss one stroke, on a 500 meter, it's really hard to make it up. So, you know, some of your training, again, you do a lot of time trials. So you guys are just pushing sprints once you start training for this, Ty Boy?
The 500 is our base. We begin there, and then we build into a max aerobic function test, and then we follow up with a 10K. For endurance, you know, it's a test of endurance.
Okay.
And see who can go the distance. And then the last one is a scrimmage. So we build crews, we race them, and then we see how they perform, and then we adjust seats around that way.
And that scrimmage, you guys, and this is what I would love about our club, and I know with your guys' club too, is it's the competition within the group.
Correct.
And
yes.
yeah, sure, you definitely are. What that does is it pushes everybody's level up, and of course you want to beat your teammate, but don't forget, you want them to kind of keep climbing too. So you're getting more efficient, you're getting faster, you're learning your craft all together. So my compliments on having 12 guys that are doing that. A lot of times you get a club that maybe will only have 6 or 7 or 8 guys that want to buckle down, and then your goal is if you have 19, well, you got now 2 9-man teams, or you got
Correct.
3 awesome 6-man teams, and that 19th guy is the spare.
Yep.
And let me just tell you guys,
Yep.
I've been the spare because I've been at this a long time, and when you're the spare guy, you're waiting for that one guy to kind of lose his grip. Now, you don't want him to, but just so that the guys there in the seats know, hey, there's a guy here that's got to step in if you can't do it. But it's all love, and that's what's so awesome about having a program like that is, hey, I'm going to beat my guys, but I'm hoping they're right behind me because guess
Totally.
what? That's your team that you're going to race with.
And the guys are doing that. And I mean, to be honest, Chris, I'll share a secret with you. My goal for our program is to be that 19th guy in that group. I want to work just as hard as I am right now, but I want to be the guy without a boat. You know what I mean? And I want to develop everybody in our program so that they reach their goals.
So, what you're saying is you want me to start calling you Coach Ty Boy? Okay.
Yeah, it hits.
You are running the program though, right?
Yes,
And
that's correct.
I can see that too because and I've coached off and on for many years, and when I would coach, and I know you've had this feeling,
Yeah, we've been
any
out
coach
together.
out there, yeah, oh, that's true, okay. And so anytime you're a coach, you always think about the team you're coaching, whether it's the open girls or the boys or whatever it is. You never think about your race. You're always thinking about how's my team going to do, right? How's my gang going to
Yes.
do? What are they learning? Are we training enough to get to where we want to be and all that? And then the last thing you think of is like, okay, oh, no, I got a race. Oh, shoot. Okay.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. So just to give some context, my journey began escorting crews, first in Hawaii, and then when I moved over to California, and so I had the honor of escorting the Imua women,
Yep.
and Chris was coaching them at that time, and we had a lot of
Yeah,
fun.
that's when we met,
Doing
and
some push-ups on the boat.
I can't even say how many years ago that was, but so
Don't date us. Don't date us.
so yeah, no, I won't do that. But Ty Boy had a knack for getting the girls' attention when he would start doing push-ups up on his crow's nest there. And I'm sitting here trying to coach a team for racing, and then he's got the 3 girls in the motorboat looking at him doing push-ups. It was the best thing I ever saw. It was classic, and it just goes. So
Good
then,
times.
fast forward to years later,
Mhm.
I'm coming out to a race, and I look over and I see Ty Boy in a canoe, and not just in a canoe, but actually steering a canoe.
Oh
So
gosh.
all of a sudden I was like, wait, what? And
That was me pretending to be a peperu.
no. So you guys, this is great. And so now I talked to one of your boys. I can't think of his name.
Oh, Garen, the fireman with the
Garen.
mustache.
I was
Yes.
talking to Garen,
Yeah.
and I said, Garen, wow, are you guys training for this? He goes, I love sprints.
Yeah, he
And I
does.
said, bruh, are you serious? He goes, well, first of all, so we're in Lake Natoma, Sacramento.
Mhm.
He says, oh, I used to row out here. He goes, I love Lake Natoma. I go, well, dude. And then, of course, rowing has a lot, I would say a lot shorter races compared
Sure.
to distance. But so this guy, he's just loving the sprints. And this is what I've been saying all day is, man, you get a lot of bang out of 500 meters.
Indeed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and so I mean, I think it's, for SoCal, we've kind of put away the sprints for a couple years. I think what we need to do down there is just try to redirection, try to get people more energy into that, and then that all kind of leads up to where you guys are going, which is, to me, what you guys are saying is we want to race on an international level. We want to go up and go to the big arena while we're open boys, because you're going to have 40s, you're going to have 50s and all that, but man, to do it at your prime and to have the boys, because programs like that don't happen too often. What does the world competition picture look like for you guys?
Well, I gotta tell you, it was a blessing. Catalina, we had all the Tahitian crews come over. We had the top Hawaiian crews come over, and to race against the best athletes in the world just puts everything into perspective. There's some really good teams in Southern California, and so just to have that influx of talent, it just shows you where that next level is at and how much work is required to get there. So
Sure.
any opportunity to get that push and to just open up our lens and get a greater perspective, I think it's helpful for all of us. It grows the sport. Right now with the sprinting, I really like this addition to you guys are going to be doing this again in Arizona. I'm thrilled about that.
Yep.
And I hope
Yep.
people, make the best efforts to get out there, because every
Thank you.
opportunity you can,
Thank you. Yeah.
push yourself. And, if you're on top of your game, it's always good to change your game up. So
It is.
Yeah.
I'll get right back to that. We have a red flag up on this is the 500-meter open women, and
Yeah.
this is event number 24. So this is
Heat 2 of 2.
heat number 2. So we will have a final for this tomorrow. And in lane 1, we have Pacific Northwest, Slaney. We have lane 2, Golden State Outrigger. Lane 3, we have Hey Cow. And lane 4, we have
for any reason,
Team Phoenix and Pacific Northwest in lane 5.
Chris, for any reason they changed.
Oh,
They changed. They
this
swapped.
is a V1
It's
race.
supposed to be the open 6.
Okay, so that's not happening yet. In fact, I see them staged. Okay, so
I think
my
they swapped, and
apologies.
probably is master.
No, you know what? No, you know what this is? And my apologies, everybody. We had to add a lane to the V1 Master 50 Men's. Okay, so let's get back on that page. What happened is we had 2 heats of 50s Masters V1, and because more people signed up at the last minute, and again, USAORCA was gracious enough to let them sign up, it made that field a little bit larger. So what we're looking at right now on the V1s is 50s Masters. I don't know. I don't have all the names in there. I know Joey Alvarez is in there. Maybe Tavita is in there. And who else? I'm not sure if Darian had showed up today.
Darian didn't show up.
He didn't show up. Oh, darn. He's a good competitor. But so anyway, so what we're looking at is the 50s Masters. And we don't have a list of them, but still it's great to see these guys. Now, these guys they're not just fighting for place, but you actually have to fight for time in this. So when there is heats like this in the V1s, you may, now we got 3 heats, you may win your heat, and there's going to be 7 openings for this final tomorrow. So you just really got to make sure that you break that top 7 time, if that makes any sense. All right. So it looks like we have lane 2 right here is just hammering. Looks like he's got a nice big reach, and he's just putting that paddle in the water and moving himself up to the paddle, if you can see that. His hips are pushing forward. That Alma's even bouncing a little bit. His boat's not quite as smooth as you'd want it, but it doesn't matter. In a 500 meter, you're just hammering. You're just hammering as hard as you can, and nobody's going to stop him. He's doing beautiful. That's lane 2. And after that, we have lane 3.
Finish. Wow.
And I know that that's Joey in lane 3 right there, because I've seen him paddle before. So he's pulling in what looks like an unofficial second. And then we're going to have a duke out between lane 1 and looks like lane 5. So that's super. That's a beautiful race.
Oh, another
All
close
right?
one, little stumble.
So what's kind of funny for me as I'm announcing is my V race was 50s Masters. I will be racing those guys tomorrow in the finals. So I gotta have my game on. And that guy that just won, oh boy.
That was a nice finish.
We'll see him on the line. I don't know.
So you have a period challenging final. You, Paolo, probably, and Dave.
Dave cleaned house in that other 50s heat. Just a beautiful stroke, very in control. Looks like the kind of guy that likes to do sprints. And so, Ty Boy, with this going on, we're kind of setting up for that 500-meter women's. We'll get to them in a second. They're still kind of staging with this 500 meters, and then we go on to 1,000 meters. Are you guys are signed up for 1,000 meters?
We are, correct. I'm going to have to go get warmed up here in a minute. Yes.
Okay, good. Well, man, I'm glad you came out. Anytime we're sitting here and you want to chime in, by all means,
right on.
Come by or send your boys by. And just real quick, that 1,000 meters, who's going to be making those turns?
It's a good question. Right now we got Coco up 1, Bannon 2, so we're gonna be doing some uning up front, and then I'll be steering in the back.
Beautiful. So we haven't seen a turn yet today, but I'm really anxious to see what happens here. It's going to be exciting, and I think literally we're all in the same boat. because it's the same canoe. And again, these canoes aren't made to turn.
Correct.
Okay, so but we
Surf very well.
and when I mean these canoes, I mean the V6 in general
Mhm.
is made. These are really designed for open ocean racing.
Mhm.
And you can tell by the high gunnels, the amas are shaped to receive the chop. The yatus are up high. So what we do is we practice these turns, or hopefully practice these turns, and then we just make it happen. So I'm looking forward to that, brother. Good luck.
Right on, Chris. Mahalo.
Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate Audio Tahiti sponsoring this event. I think it's a rad event, and appreciate you chatting with us today. Take care, brother.
Thank you.
Thank you for participating, buddy.
We'll
And
be watching you.
congratulations.
We'll be watching you. Yeah, of course.
And
All
Chris,
right, so we're looking at our open women.
thank you for the explanation that we had that extra heat, right, for the Master
Yes,
50 your
sir.
division, right?
Yes, sir.
So now we should come back to the Open Women 500.
Mm-hmm.
I see the Matahinas lining up. Very soon we're gonna have a drone image, and
Okay.
if that is the next hit, we have the Selani from Pacific Northwest Orca on lane 1, Golden State Outrigger on lane 2, Heli Kahua lane 3 from East Coast Outrigger, from South California Outrigger Racing Team Phoenix,
Team Phoenix,
Pacific
Arizona.
Northwest lane 5 question mark ladies. Question mark ladies is
All
a
right.
good name.
Well, we had Purple Ladies earlier, and they lived up to their name. I hope the question mark ladies don't live up to that. I want them to be sure, but we'll see what happens. So it looks like we are on the race happening 500 meters open women, and there's our drone footage right there. So open women. Hey, good job. Right on. So we do have 2 heats of this, right? Am I not mistaken? So we did have our previous heat on this, and this is our second heat on this. So we will end up having a final on this. And again, we saw that first heat of the open women's. We had Dana come up in front, and Dana's doing a lot of races today. I don't know if it's all the same girls, but they'll basically have to, for sure, have to race some of these canoes in that final tomorrow. So I'm sure they're looking on too, and that's part of the fun part of doing these. When you do these sprints and you have heats, like again, we just had 3 heats of Masters 50. We have 2 heats of, here comes our open 500 meter open women's. And I'll tell you right now, from where I'm sitting at,
question mark ladies.
the question mark ladies are, well,
second place and the lane.
They're confident enough
lane
to get
3
out there.
from
And
East Coast, the Hele Kaua.
beautiful. So they came a long ways, East Coast, a long ways to qualify to get to Hawaii. And that's the beauty of this is you come with your team, you come with your club, and now they're on the race course. But, so you guys, they've waited for this for months. They've trained for it, and now they're prevailing. It looks like they're gonna be challenged maybe by lane 4, maybe by lane 3, but lane 3 and 4 are gonna have a split second time there. So there we go with lane 6, unofficially, of course. 3 and 4, I couldn't tell you, but they're going to be duking it out.
I think the question mark ladies would want this hit.
Lane 2 comes in at unofficial 4, and then we still in lane 1, which I'll tell you, this lane 1 looks like some young girls, and so props to those young girls who are getting out there. I would say they might even be juniors. They look like juniors to me, and of course they didn't come in the top 3 or top 4, but they're getting that experience. They're getting on the line. And all these teams here have definitely you have to train to get here. You have to race to be here and be comfortable and be confident in showing up and putting it on the line. So that was super. And open, so for the open women 500, these are your fastest. These should be your fastest women's crews of the day. Okay, they are just like we had mentioned earlier in the for the open men. For the open V1 men, for the open V1 women, those are going to be your fastest men and women. So that's exciting. A lot of times we have to wait till the end of the day to see those really fast paddlers get on the course, because really when you go to the world event, and we'll be there in August 2024 in Hilo, man, I mean, there's nothing better than watching those. They're literally the fastest paddlers in the world. They'll show up. They will come like the Tahitians, the New Zealand teams. You'll have Australia, you have Canada. There's a lot of good paddlers from Canada. And when they show up, you're looking at the best paddlers in the world. So right here is just a small taste of us. We want to qualify. We want to get there. You know, I want to watch it too. I want to watch those opens and see what we have, you know.
Now, Chris, a personal question for you. You competed today. You're still competing. You already did like 6 man. You did 1 man. I think you're going 6 man again for 1,000 meters.
6 man again, and yep.
My question for you now: you're in the final for tomorrow for the V1. How you prioritize? How you prepare to have multiple sprint races in one day?
Well, that's a good question, and the best way to answer that is you're planning that months in advance, so that when you go out and train, you're saying in your mind that I'm going to give it all in this race, but the training allows and teaches your body to recover. So to get a little more technical, the good athlete, the endurance athlete, even just the sprinter athlete doesn't have to have, you still have to have a lot of endurance, because you're giving a lot of energy in a small amount of time. But what ends up happening, Andre, is you end up learning to recover quickly and getting back up into that 100, 105, 110%. And this is one of the things that, as you said, with my experience, the best athletes, and it's not because they're the best athletes just from outriggering, the best athletes are going to have a quick recovery. And it's because they train a lot and they know their craft and they know what they're doing. And I've come out of programs, the Lanakila program. I've come out of programs from Hawaii where, you know, you're expected to turn it on. You're expected to get a really short amount of break, and then you're expected to turn it back on again. An example of that training would be like interval training, or you might do pyramids. And so how you prepare for this now that I'm all outwinded is basically you do these exercises that train you to recover quickly, and you go back out. And so when I'm doing my second or third race, I don't feel like, oh geez, I spent it all in the last race. I did spend everything I had, but I'm trained to recover. And an outrigger paddler, you literally learn to recover between each stroke to get into it even a little more. So it's all part of this. It's all part of the nature of paddling, and, you know, putting your body to the test and then putting it back to the test. So,
and as you said, part of the training to speed up the recovery, the recovery process, right? This cleaning, flashing the lactic acid from your body. That's all part of a training that you train for that. Like we had no one here before that was explaining part of his training. That no one, you know, like he's trained like 100% with Danny. That is like another athlete that
you will
compete sprints, complete long distance, and doing everything.
So
in a high level.
Yeah, me and Noam have been in the same program for together at Lanakila for years, and it's a great example of, you know, if you want to be the best at anything, but especially at paddling or whatever, it's there for you, you know. So any one of these athletes can come out here and can be a champion, and that's a lot of what this is. Again, we're watching these kids paddle, and of course they're not going to win. If you see a junior, like we did these ladies in this last heat, come in and they don't place, well, they're learning what to do, learning how to recover, so they can come back in a couple years, because we're going to do this again in 2026 somewhere. I don't know where that race is going to be, but these girls are going to be 2 years older, 2 years more experienced, and they're going to have today's experience under their belt and know what to do. So with me and Noam being in the same program, Um, you know, the best thing about it, and even with Ty Boy being here and explaining his program, is you create a trust and a bond with your boys, and they know that when you go in a 9-man race, or even if you go in a 6-man race and you're helping them out, or you're someone else isn't in the race, we know that that person that's taken in that seat is gonna fulfill everything that's taken out of the canoe. So what basically the thing is put back what you take out. And so when you get that bond, you get that trust, you get everybody doing all the training, you're doing the side training, you're doing your road work, and that was the biggest gift that I can say of being in that Lanakeela program was you're going to be with guys that are like-minded and like-hearted, and we're going to go out and back each other up. So nobody has to tell us go train. Nobody has to tell us to do yard work, or sorry, road work and yard work. But you're gonna do it because you're there for your team, and so that starts to get that level of, okay, Ty Boy wants to do world competition. Well, he's got at least 12 guys that are fired up, and then he wants to get 19 guys going. That's gonna be somewhere. To me, that's opportunity, for somebody that wants to come out and do world racing. So right now we are looking at a V1 start, and that should be, if we're on event 25, that should be our V1 Masters 60. All right, so this would be heat 1. And it looks like they are on the line. Or are they going? They're going. Okay, so they're on. All right. And so I'm going to go through the names here of Event 25. From Scora, we have Debbie Hyde. We have in lane 2, we have Mary Beth Bradford. In lane 3, we have Mary Lou Johnson. In lane 4, we have Deborah Alexander. Lane 5, we have Jacqueline Chambers. And in lane 6, we have Avalon Johnson. So what's great about this, and I can just tell you from watching regattas as a kid in Hawaii, um, I was a young boy and I was watching these races. My favorite team was watching the Masters, and these are guys that have been there in the opens, that have kept it going, and were really the most technical and the most precision paddlers that I could think of, from steersman to stroker to technique, to everything involved. So when we're watching some of these age groups, so you got some fired up 60-year-olds out here on these women's that that are going to put it to the test. And I'm paddling in my 50s, and there's still a hunger in there that drives you to ask your body for the best it can do. And so props to these ladies coming out, and they're in the first heat here of the V1 Masters 60s women's. And I can tell you, some of these ladies are paddling like they're in their 30s. I got lane 2 right here. That looks like Mary Beth Bradford. She looks like she has a little bit of a nose or so on, it looks like probably lane 4. And that would be Deborah Alexander. But lane 2 here is putting it on the line, and she's hammering. So again, we're paddling V1 canoes out here. There's no rudder. So a lot of these paddlers have been paddling OC1 for years. And now that we're trying to open up regattas and sprint racing and world champion, to join in the world champion races, we need to cross over to the V1. And that's been a huge, huge push to get that level going. And it's not hard. Get into V1 and you will understand how easy it can be. So here's lane 2. She is doing great. She's got everything going. She's in her lane. Now lane 1 and lane 4, that's another matter. I'll say that's going to be another split time right there. It looked like the outside lane 4 might have gotten a second, and then an unofficial third here in lane 1. And then we're followed up by, looks like lane 3. So with everybody kind of saying, I want to go do international racing. And that's whether it's sprints or the long races, V1 is the craft. You have to put the rudder away. And believe me, I love my rudder, and I've ruddered OC1 for years, and so I'm not dogging that. There's a lot of fun to have with those rudders, doing downwinders and everything. And it's got its purpose and stuff. But when you want to do the world championship stuff, when you want to do the world competition stuff, you got to get into V1. And I'll tell you, some of these 60-year-old women that just finished up, we just had one finish up on the outside. So right on, props to her, Avalon Johnson of San Francisco Outrigger. When you have some of these, I can tell you that a lot of these ladies didn't start off in V1s, but they're getting in it. As soon as you get in it and you start paddling in it and you start realizing that, oh, all I got to do is learn how to paddle this thing and I can go out and do international competition, it's a no-brainer. It's fun. It's fun to do. And for me, when I took up V1, well, I've been V1ing for years, but what I like about V1 is that it really keeps your mind in focus with what you're doing. You can't daydream. You can't la 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 and you know look at seals and all that. You can, but the thing is it keeps you focused, and then you start focusing on your conditions, because those little conditions will adjust the direction of your canoe. And so all of that stuff starts to make a better paddler. Yeah. And that's what we're saying with the, thank you, sir. That's what we're saying with the V1s, is that if we can start now, and we've already started, we have such a great movement of international, of people wanting to, okay, we have a big calling out for it now, and it's only getting bigger. So come out, try a V1. You'll see how, if you go OC1, you're going to see how it crosses over.
And we are back here with the live streaming of the 2023 Sprint Nationals. This is also the qualifier for 2024 Hilo, the worlds V1 and V6. And now we have a hit that is a combined women and men Master 70. We have both women and men competing on this hit. Masterman, we have HPOCC +2, Hoken Puai Outrigger. We have Kikaha from Pacific Northwest. They are like neck to neck leading this race. The men's Master 70 is gonna be a very tight finish. So those are the Master 70, first and second place. Right after that, we have the women, Santa Cruz 70s and Capital Outrigger battling for first and second place. Yeah, we have the final canoe arriving. So this was the Master 70 division, men and women 500 meters. And yeah, guys, we're here. 2023 National Sprints. We're getting ready for another heat. And it's already happening. This is the under 16 girls. Under 16 girls. We're bringing back Paolo and Dave Bittenbinder for this streaming right now. Both race and both qualify for the finals tomorrow on the Master 50 men's. Yeah, Paolo, congratulations. Paolo and Dave, congratulations, guys. You guys both qualify, both flying and qualify for the finals tomorrow. I think we have the under 16 girls and boys together racing. If I'm not mistaken, they put both together. But first of all, congratulations and tell me a little bit how you guys are feeling. Pain, lactic acid, how you guys gonna flush out for tomorrow? Are you still racing today, 6 men? The microphone's yours. It's a pleasure to have you here, Dave.
Thanks for having me.
I'm done for the day because I'm in the East Coast, so I don't have a team, so I couldn't bring a team out here, and I couldn't get into another team as an independent. So I'm done for the day, and I just have it was one race today and one race tomorrow. That's all I've got flying out. So it's okay.
That's the same format for me, where I'm on the I'm done for today. You know, we had a good run. So what do we got here coming down the lane? Hey, so coming down the lane right now, who do we got on the water? So we got the U16s and both boys and girls. We can hear the fans yelling out. They're encouraging this paddler in 2. This isn't yeah. This is all girls. This young lady here in lane 2, she's got a really nice stroke. She's very patient in the water. Looks like she's sporting the Dana Point colors. Very nice job. Nice, solid, strong finish. So, Dave, you still on the air?
Yeah.
So how was it for you? I mean, I watched your race. It looked like you had a really solid start. Settled into a comfortable pace. How was it for you out there?
This is the first time I've ever done a 500 meter. I've been practicing a lot in the V1 for intervals and short intervals from 30 seconds to 3 minutes and everything in between. So this is the first time I've actually a measured 500 meter, and it's tough. It was exactly what I expected. The one thing about out here too for all of us is, you know, this is sprinting, and it's really hard to get warmed up when you don't have a boat, and you're trying to do everything to get yourself prepared for going out of the gate as hard as you can and being able to sprint. So it's tough, and but I did everything I could, and it was a great facility. It's a great facility to have these type of races, so it's well worth it.
Now you got some experience out here in California.
Yeah,
You've raced here before, yeah?
I have. I started racing Outrigger in 1999 in San Diego. I lived in California for almost 20 years, and I paddled in San Diego with Hanohano. I was able to do Catalina. I've done Molokai several times, so I've always had that experience. And that's the toughest thing when I moved to the East Coast. I just didn't get that experience, and I didn't get the opportunity to race as a team and be able to go to certain races. So, but I have seen the growth throughout the United States, particularly in the East Coast, of Outrigger and now V1. Baja in general is gaining a lot of popularity. So there's only a few of us, really, you, myself, and a few others. They're all from the East Coast that are here, but we are making a presence, and it's good.
Now, your home paddling waters is Lake Lanier, yeah?
Yeah, Lanier, Canoe and Kayak, where they had the '96 Olympics. That same exact course. So I get to train a lot there, but which is good for this type of training. But for the open water, that's my biggest problem that I have when I get into the open water races. I've lost a little bit of my sea legs that I used to have when I lived in California. So
now here, I know that you and I have had this conversation. It's kind of cool to share it with the public, but you know, when we got Lake Lanier right now is being redeveloped, right?
Yeah.
They're tore down the whole.
They put up a 5-star facility. It's beautiful, and it's for rowers, it's for paddling, it's for everybody. So it's nice. It's great.
I've been telling people how this event is like, this is year one. This is the first time we do a national championship, and there's a lot of paddlers out on the East Coast that maybe weren't aware that this was happening, but this is what we're trying to do is we're trying to move the competition to a point where it's not about time trials, it's about competing.
Right.
And we're hoping to take this event to a place like Lake Lanier in the future.
Yeah.
So and be able to have it with the East Coast where we can compete. And you've competed on an international stage. From your Olympic experience, having a U.S. nationals versus just time trials is raises the level.
It's the way it's always. I used to be a professional cyclist. I was on the U.S. national cycling team, and it was the same exact format in terms of you had to compete at national championships. Whoever came out top at national championships, that's who you take to world championships. It's very simple. So there are other parts of paddling where they're doing time trials all over, and they're really kind of forcing you to do spending a lot of money and time to be able to go to different facilities and do different things where
This is much easier. It's
Yeah.
just we're racing all in one venue. This
Mhm.
is it. This is how you're going to be chosen.
Yeah.
And we have enough time now between now and Worlds next year to be able to really dial in a team. A lot of European and Eastern European national teams, that's how they do it. They don't pick their team 6 weeks before Worlds. They pick it 6 months before Worlds.
Yeah.
So it's kind of the same format that they're doing here, and I think it's good.
Yeah, you can expect to have in a format like this, you can expect to have a team that genuinely has alternates, that you bring everybody together and they train for one another to produce a national championship team.
Right.
In other words, to produce a national representing team.
Right.
And whether you're in the boat or whether you're, part of the guys that stayed at home that helped
Right.
develop it, you still have that sense of pride.
I think it's only natural to have national championships here, particularly in California. And I think, quite frankly, Northern California is an even more neutral spot because the ones who really want to be able to have a chance to go to World Championships in the East Coast, they're going to make the trip.
Yep.
And this is still the mecca for Baja racing is the state of California. So it's only natural that it's here, but it brings out more and more of the serious athletes from all. We've got Texas, we've got the East Coast, we've got Midwest and New England. So those are the ones who want to be here and really have a chance to World Championships, and that's who the national team wants to spend their time on.
Yeah, I mean, you just said it. That's in a nutshell is what we're trying to build here. My hope is that some of these U16s that we see out here and these U19s that we see out here will get to the point where in a couple of years there's regional qualifyings to make it to national.
Right.
That's the goal. Like you don't just. It's not just about going to the Olympic trials. It's about qualifying for them. And competition. I think there's an expression. Steel sharpening steel.
Yeah.
When you and I get to train together, it's always a different level.
Awesome. It's awesome.
And this is what you're looking at here. When you come to these competitions, you go home and you have a new appreciation for the level of talent that's out there.
Exactly. You go home knowing exactly what you need to do. National championships, just like so many other races, you learn from your mistakes. Like, what did I do well, but where did I make mistakes? And those are the type of mistakes you want to try to overcome if you're going to go to World Championships. Because World Championships is just it's that top level. You've made it to that level, but you can't afford to make mistakes.
No, and that's all it's all in your preparation.
Yep.
And we've been talking about it. Dave and I have many conversations about prep, and prep isn't just your training; it's your food, it's your recovery, it's so many aspects of it. I think right now we're getting close to the start of a 6-man race.
I would say, Paolo, that they put together the under 16 girls and under 16 boys for a final.
Looks like it. Yep.
Right. So we have here 3 teams under 16 boys and 3 teams under 16 girls in this final.
And this is all Pacific Northwest crews from what I'm seeing on sign up. And for you guys in the paddling world who haven't had a chance to go up to the gorge in the summertime, it is one of the best places in the country to paddle.
No doubt.
Yeah, it really is. You guys get up to Hood River, Oregon, Stevenson, Washington, White Salmon, those areas. You go to the gorge for a week. It's like dog years. What you'll learn in a week of paddling there, you could learn in flat water in 5 years.
You do want to come back?
Yeah.
And taking this point here, I heard some news that you're moving to the gorge next year. So can you talk about this, or this is like some news that I shouldn't bring it?
It's something that we've been contemplating for a long time. As and like Dave just mentioned, the West Coast is kind of the mecca for paddling, in the Northeast or in North America. And with the stuff I've been doing with, Johnny with Phuket Designs and with paddle designs and coaching and everything else, it just seems unnatural for us to get on the West Coast. Miami and the Florida Paddling Hui will always be part of us, and we'll continue to coach, and I'm going to be bi-coastal. But in order to take, like you were saying in paddling, right, to take your career as a paddler to the next level, you got to come out here to the West Coast to compete.
you have to be with the best.
Yeah.
And you always want to be with people that are better than you, because that's what pushes you even further. So yeah, that you just, wherever that is, that's where you want to be.
And so that's part of the motivation for us to come out west.
Right.
Not to mention the lifestyle in Pacific Northwest is just it's
awesome.
It's awesome. Yeah, I mean, you deal with the cold, but you deal with the cold, and you know. There's a benefit to getting off the water.
I spent a lot training up in Pacific Northwest, and quite frankly, I think it's really 75% overcast. It's not that it's just torrential rain the whole time. It's just a lot of overcast, not so much of the saturation that people kind of stereotype it for.
These boys here crossing the finish line look, you know, good timing with them.
Yeah.
Nice, comfortable rate.
Way out there.
It's great to see these crews. Yeah, these young ladies here in 3 are closing. It looks like they're making a good move on that second place crew. Maybe just a little, they turned it on just a little late, you know. But this is the future. You're watching the future of our sport out on the water right now.
One of the things I can contest too is that when I started racing outrigger in California, Southern California in 1999, we were lucky to see 2 or 3 kid boats under the age of 19, you know, in general for California. And now look at it. I mean, it's just grown so much, and it's evolving more and more. So it's amazing.
You know, there's something to be said for what it takes to be on the water with your crew, and what it teaches you at this age. You know, I mean, team sports for me as a young adult and as a teenager were invaluable, but to watch these kids out here, and there's something about just being on the water.
Yeah. And I think for parents too, you know, they can find that their kids are going into a sport with really friendly people. That's the one thing about outrigger that I mean, wherever part of the world you go to, the nicest people, always wanting to help, always wanting to, you know, help you to become a better paddler. And you know, so when they see that for their kids, like, how can I not let my kids be? If they want to go to it and want to be a part of it, how can I say no?
Well, you know, I got a really good friend of mine in Hawaii, Kavika, who you've met him. He's been on Okulea and all these things, and he always talks about the whole, you know, Ohanava, and in this sport, it's a beautiful thing, you know, that you can have your kids out here, you can have them involved in the sport, and there's something about the sport where you're looking out for your competitors, and it's part of the culture, you know, and so it does become a safe environment for a lot of very, you know, valuable lessons to be learned. And I think that's something that we always talk about, you know, the pictures and the memories that'll be at the funeral hall when you're there, you know, and 90% of them are going to be from all your paddling ohana, you know, and that's the beauty of this sport.
Yeah, I love it.
So guys, what is next for you, Dave? What is your next race? Paolo, your next race, what's coming up?
2 weeks, we've got 32 miles. Instead of 500 meters, we've got 32 miles.
Yep.
Then for me personally, that was one of the toughest things about this schedule was I've been training for a 32-mile race for the past 8 weeks. And now I got to get ready for a 500 meter. How do I do that? And that's one of the things about the sport. I really didn't make too many adjustments. I kept doing the same type of training. I did a 4-hour piece. I did 4 hours just last Saturday, which really isn't indicative to a sprinter's type of training, but it had to be done. So paddling is so much about fitness too. Of course, technique, but fitness, and you can still transfer fitness and technique into whether it's 32 miles or 500 meters. That's one of the great things about the sport. You're not pigeonholed into, I'm going to be a sprinter. I'm just going to do 500 meters. That's not the way it is here. We can not just me. There's a lot of other paddlers that are doing the same. We're going to go back to a 32-mile race, and then the niche is another 8 to 10 miles. So
you know, the thing about this sport and training is, you know, here the training that's required for a 32-mile race really isn't that different than the training that's required for sprints.
Exactly.
The difference comes at the end, maybe the last 6 weeks. So when we're getting ready for Hilo, you know what, the last 6 weeks are going to be different. But if you and you've heard me say this before, Andre, you've heard me say this before. If you want to learn to be fast, you got to paddle slow.
Right.
It's funny that you're saying like this. Sorry, breaking up. It's funny and it's nice that I was talking previous with Noah, that everyone knows trains with Danny, and we got to this point of what kind of training he does, what this and that, and I say, okay, you were not putting the sprints in his calendar, and he came to this competition, and Chris asked him how he adapt, how he prepare, and it's a good point that Paolo bring, like people think, in my opinion, that like, oh, it's a specific, yes, you will specifically train, but it's more in the end of the of the of the process of getting ready for a sprint race, because you still need your zone 2, you still need your endurance, you're gonna breathe. It's a 500 meter, but you're gonna breathe, but it's not an aerobic the whole time.
Look at former world champion Tupou King. He's not just a 500 meter paddler. He paddles everything, and so do all the other top guys. So that's
actually, if you talk with Tupou, he'll tell you the same thing.
Yeah,
exactly. We brought this to this transmission. We even mentioned him because what Paolo was saying is it's completely what I see as a true, like you prepare, you do your long distance training, your zone 2 or whatever, and you adapt that to the sprint race. So the training is not so different.
No. Sprint training, what it does, like if your goal, if your year-end goal is to really peak for a sprint event, then the last 6 weeks prior to is when you're gonna crank it up. Right. We're just gonna say that right now we got a batch of V1s out on the water. I believe this is the Masters women.
Are 40 women, yeah.
Yep. So coming across the lanes, we got Julie. You want to try that one?
Cornejo.
Hisano.
Oh, Hisano, yeah.
Yeah. Lexi, Jessica, Lynn, Christina, and Amy. That's from 1 to 7.
Julie Cornejo is the wife of Chris Cornejo.
Yeah. And looking out at the water, it looks like lane 1 and lane 4 are in a pretty good heat.
Lane 1 is the one all the way in the top.
Yep, top of the screen. And then looks like lane 4, they got a pretty good battle going on there. And it's going to be really tight for third as well. The next 3 boats right there in the contention. So you got lane 5, lane 3 and 2 are in tight, and lane 3 is not out of it either. This is going to be a really strong finish here. This is what sprint racing is about. And when we talk about the training, the sprint racing that you're talking about here is also that development is just teaching you to handle the pain. If you're in shape and you come to a sprint event, it's just going to hurt a little bit more if you haven't been doing a lot of sprinting.
Right. Oh no, adjustment right there.
Oh, yep.
Oh, she hit the buoy. She hit the buoy.
She hit the buoy, okay.
I think
Now this young lady right here, Jessica, she trains with April Zill, and this is her first time racing a V1.
Oh my God, first time.
She has only used one about 4 times. So look at her strong finish here.
Right.
Looks like she's going to end up in second. Really nice job.
She's end up in first, buddy. I think she crossed in first. Not extra official. Extra official.
That was tough. So Jessica and Julie had a really tight finish there between first and second. That was an exciting heat.
Very exciting heat. We cannot say for sure who won this race. If I had to bet money, I would say Jessica won, but I split of a hair. But yeah, extra official results always, guys. It's not an official result. The official results made by ORCA.
Yeah, but fantastic racing. Really, really great feed. I've said this throughout the broadcast, and I know there's different people tuning in at different times, but Vaha Vibes is something that's really helping spread the message of paddling to the community. So if you're watching this right now on your YouTube channel, please hit the like button, subscribe. Help us out, help us spread the word of what's going on, because all of this grows. And, if you got some racing coming up, just talk to your friends. Say, hey, tune in for a little while. It's entertaining.
And then thank you very much. And in the end of the day, this is all made for to help you, the paddlers. Help the community to grow, to find sponsors, to those guys that wake up early in the morning. and that's for you guys. We see Jessica just arriving here. Do you think we can get an interview with her, Paolo?
Yeah, I'm gonna definitely bring her up here. She's very proud of her performance. You can
we see the girls from the Hui already celebrating the victory from Jessica. She smashed the competition. I would say that she won by a very, very tough hit. Great racing,
really great racing.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna step away from the booth for a minute, see if I can grab her. I'll be right back.
And Dave.
Yeah.
How are you gonna be preparing for tomorrow's race?
Same. I'm just gonna sleep, eat chicken and rice, and wait till tomorrow. There's not much you can do. What else? One of the keys about sprint racing and this type of racing in general is, again, I train a lot like a cyclist, like I used to, where we sit down a lot. We're not on our feet. We just relax. Bring your heart rate down. One of the best things you can do between now and tomorrow, if you're in the finals, keep your heart rate down. Don't jack up don't stand around.
And eat chicken and rice.
Talking too many stories. Just eat chicken and rice, you'll be fine.
Chicken and rice is the secret by Dave is telling me that hey, how you get ready for tomorrow? Say, I'm just gonna eat chicken and rice.
Yeah, well, so I got a friend of mine that tells me he eats Sprite and pizza.
So Jessica, pleasure to meet you here. Paolo is gonna be conducting an interview. Okay. First of all, congratulations for your finishing. Was really amazing.
They said I came in first.
I think you may have. It was a photo finish.
You came in first.
Yeah, from our vantage point, it did. As you were racing, I was explaining to the crowd that you train with April.
I do. Yes. Yeah. All season.
Thank you very much, April.
Yes, thank you, April. She's definitely made me faster this year.
Yeah. So I mean, there's the value of great coaching. I was saying, so you got what, 2 months on a V1?
Less, 4 weeks. I picked it up, the middle of September.
Fantastic.
From April. She loaned it to me since she knew I was coming here.
Fantastic. So, tell us, what was that last 250 like?
I was behind or right in the middle for a lot of it, and I just put my head down and paddled.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
The start was the roughest.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was rough?
Not having a rudder at the beginning.
You were looking for the pedal?
Yeah. So I think I was slow off the start, just trying to keep it straight and in my lane, and then was able to pick up a lot.
You looked really patient on your stroke. Looked like you had nice rhythm. We were watching, and it was just like, oh, I think, and there she goes, and really smooth. It was great. From our vantage point, you were paddling slow and going fast. It was
good.
Beautiful. Really nice.
That's what I'm trying to do.
So that's something that you're gonna work for tomorrow. They start, so don't look for the pedals.
Yeah.
You're already in the finals for tomorrow.
I didn't expect to make the finals, so that's exciting.
Yeah. Well, congratulations. Thank you for stopping by the booth. April, I hope you're listening. Your girl did spectacular.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
And we have the second hit of the V1 Master 40 women. And this hit, after this hit, we're gonna have a definition of who is the finalist for tomorrow. Jessica for sure is gonna be that hit tomorrow for the finals.
It's really been a great day of racing.
And Paolo, I know that the girls from the Hui are here, and they made the final for tomorrow.
Yes, they have advanced in. I haven't looked at the girls are competing in 2 divisions, right? They're Open and Masters. I think we have made the Masters, and I think we're just waiting on the Open.
All right, so we have this hit coming almost in the middle of the race right now. After that, I would like to have an interview with the girls from the Hui. But we have here lane 1, Carly Kinley.
Yep. Lane 2, Southern California. We have Jeanette Darrow, and please forgive us if we mess up the names. Lane 3, we have Bren Trask. Lane 4, we have Rhonda lane 6, and I'm sure it's 5 in this case. We have Mary Lowe, and lane 7 we have Leandra Smith. Looking at the race from my vantage point without actually looking at the screen right now, it looks to be a tight race for second. First place looks pretty well defined by Rhonda. She is working hard. Now,
she's working hard, like
yeah. Rhonda is a fitness nut. She's from Texas. Seen her plenty. I've paddled with her, and you can tell she's working hard.
She's putting a lot of power in each stroke.
She's really going max effort.
It's a lot. It's a big demonstration of power, man. Really impressive.
Now, in lane 3, or canoe number 3, that is Bren, and this is going to be a tight race for second between boat 1 and boat 3. What do you see there on the camera? Oh, that was close. Yep. Really good. Again, this is
both 3s got second on this hit.
Nice job. Really nice job. So now at the start line, looks like we're looking at a V6 race, and it's going to be Masters 50 women, 500.
So in this one, we're going to have Team Phoenix, Brit, lane 2, Outrigger Santa Cruz, and lane 3, OSCK, lane 4, Dana on lane 5, and C-Sax on lane 6.
And, you know, again, in watching the sport grow, Outrigger Santa Cruz had some paddlers at the national team last cycle in London. So did Team Phoenix. So it's great to see them here racing with their crew. We still have audio. Hey,
can we bring the girls from the Hui here for a quick interview?
Ladies, if you can, please step into the booth.
So we're gonna bring the girls from Miami. The Miami girls are coming here. Miami, Philly girls are coming here for an interview.
Check.
They did an amazing race against the Dana girls. I wanna first ask her how they're gonna be prepared for tomorrow. And someone just hooling in front of the camera. That was nice.
Well, she just finished racing.
Right?
Clearly,
no, she took a bath.
Yeah. She's just cooling off.
Yeah,
you know,
just cooling off.
Ice baths are good for post paddles, so that's I think what she was working on recovery. So, ladies, welcome to the booth. How's racing been today? Oh, sorry. Yeah, the mic's on. Just talking to the mic like that.
It's been super fun. It's just been very exciting to be here. The experience has been absolutely amazing, and the energy, all the paddlers around is just awesome. So I'm excited to be here.
So you're not on camera right now. What's your name?
Ariana Perez.
All right. Well, Ariana, where are you from?
I am born and raised in Philadelphia. I'm here with my Miami crew, paddling together with Florida Paddling Hui.
And you're a Puerto Rican?
I am a Puerto Rican. Yes,
right.
I am. And for those who may not know what that means, I am Filipino and Puerto Rican.
Very nice, very nice. And your home crew in Philadelphia?
Philadelphia Outrigger Canoe Club. Yes. Got to give them a shout out. Love those ladies and gentlemen there. And I wish they were here with us today.
From what I've been told, the Philadelphia Outrigger team is everybody aspires to paddle like they're women. That's a very strong East Coast women's crew. So we're grateful to have you paddling with us as part of the Hui. You're adopted.
Thank you. Yeah, it's Philly girls. Yeah, we work really hard. We have an amazing coach, Megan Roberts, who has really been leading us and really helping to grow that women's team. And we've really come a long way, and we're have been doing some amazing work out on the East Coast, and hopefully we'll continue to venture out and show the rest of the paddling community what Philly has. So
that's outstanding. And who's next to you?
I don't know.
Well, let's talk to Becca.
Oh God! Right. Yes, here's Becca.
I'm Becca Allenda from Jacksonville. bringing the hood to Miami.
So what's been your journey here? Like how'd you end up in the league?
I got picked up or invited to paddle with Huli by you, Paolo. I've actually been relearning how to paddle the past 2 years, so it's been great. Learning a lot from all of these awesome women and just having a blast.
Well, it's been for me as a coach, it's been lovely watching you guys. I was saying earlier in the broadcast, when the first time you guys went out, I think my voice crackled. I was like, and there's my team. So lovely. You guys have been doing an amazing job, and it's that Ohana vibe that we have out here. Jessica, we spoke to you.
Yes, hi, Jessica again.
and Jessica's joined us now. A lot of you some of you know this. April and I are, we've coached together and known each other. And April said, "Oh, I have a paddler who would like to, do the V1 sprints and maybe get in a V6." And then Ariana goes, "Hey, I know this girl named Jessica. She might," and turned out it was the same person.
I didn't know that that's actually how that happened.
So it's been a pleasure having you out here, having you with the crew. If you guys turn around and look over your shoulders, we're going to see the V6 race coming down the line.
And Dana girls leading the race. Your competition for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Some of them.
If you guys watch, like people are watching at home right now, Dana Point, they're patient, right? And they're a good example of the type of paddling that as a country we're trying to lead towards, right? Their stroke is long, and it's not about how far they're reaching. It's about the time they're spending in the water, right? And that's one of the things we try to teach. It's been taught to me by coaches, and you can see it. You watch some of the crews chasing them; they're shorter in the water. They got nice reach, patience every time on the catch. Boom. Josie just took a peek over her shoulder. Actually, I don't think that's Josie in one. But you can see just time in the water every time. They got about a half second per stroke. And that's really part of what leads them to their success. And this race right here is a final. So that's Dana Point. Gonna cross him first. Yeah, is that Arizona in 2? Nope, that's Grit. Yep.
Lane 1, second place.
Very nice.
So that was the final.
Grand final
for the Masters 50 women 500 meters.
Yep. So getting back to our ladies here who are visiting, please do.
So Florida has welcomed me in the Hawaii here, but I'm actually from Maryland, so I want to give a shout out to my club, Penn Island. Woot!
There you go. So I'm gonna bring in next. I like to refer to her as a scary Russian. So this is Anna Trunova. She has moved to Florida, and we've known each other a while, right?
Yeah, since 2019 World.
Okay. 2019 World Fantastic. And this is your first time at a sprint event, and your first time steering at a sprint event.
Yes, it is. I was thrown into steering this past summer, and I ended up here. But it's been a good journey.
Well, for us as your Hui teammates, we're very proud of you. We've enjoyed your journey. Seeing you become the steerswoman, and you are absolutely 100% a steerswoman. So, So now, and then last but by no means least, the hardest coaching job I've ever had in my life is coaching this young woman next to me who's, why don't you introduce yourself to the people? Yeah, now they can hear you.
I have the fortune or misfortune of being Paolo's wife. So I'm Jamie Ameglio.
So you're the team captain for the women's boat?
Correct.
And talk to me about your girls.
My girls are awesome. I mean, I couldn't ask for a better crew. We just talked to Anna, who just jumped in and started steering, and she has just been amazing, stepping up and doing awesome. And then all the girls that travel in to do the practices, like it's just a really tight knit crew, and you know, we work together really well, and we just have really positive energy, which I think goes a long way in a boat.
I think there's something to be said for that. The energy of a crew sometimes is more important than the athletic ability of them, you know, because you guys train together and you guys train for one another. Like your greatest goal is to make each other better, and I see that in the way you guys paddle, and I see that in some other crews out here as well. You can tell that, and that's usually what leads to their success. So congratulations to you as a team captain, and for putting up with me. Thank you.
Yeah, our coach isn't half bad either, so you know, thanks.
Ladies, thank you for stopping by the booth. So now down at the start line, it looks like we're lining up for another V1 race. Oh. Hey, hold on. Yeah, we just did this. We were just at yeah, because they said around. So we have a race on the water right now. It's a V1 race. I'm not sure. Okay, who do we have here? So lane 1, Talon Paul. Lane 2, Junior Solomon. Lane 3, Jordan Bailey. Lane 4, Russell Lingdad. Again, sorry for the last name. And lane 5, Jacob Eckelman. This looks like a pretty even race. Looking at it right now in the video feed.
Pretty even.
Yep. Lane 1's starting to kind of eke a little bit of distance out, but lane 3 is still striking.
You're right.
Yep. And, you know, we're not even at the 250 mark, so there's a lot of time left, a lot of meters left on the race course still.
I think we have a boat already. Lane 1 is putting a boat ahead of lane 2 and 3, I would say.
Yep, looks like they got the opportunity to open up. But tight racing. Now, these are all U19 men. So, again, this is an opportunity to see the future of the sport coming down the race course. Check. Are you still there? Okay. All right, coming down the course now. You see our paddler here. This is now lane 1. It's Talon Paul, or Paul Talon, and he really looks comfortable right now. He's got a little bit of bounce to his canoe, but he's in control. He is in control. Now he's starting to he's trying to pick up his effort a little bit. Looks like he's trying to move into his finishing. We're about a little less than 100 meters out, and the race for second place looks tight. What do you see there on the video?
Yeah,
Andre?
second place is a big battle here in lane 2 and 3.
Wow.
Lane 1 is ahead of the game.
Solid. Lane 1 solid. Oh, look at this finish for second, third, and fourth. Wow.
So we have the finish here. Oh, that's going to be close. I would say lane 3.
Looks like lane 3 unofficially.
Yeah, lane 3 and like a between 4 and 2. We don't know who was like a third place, but lane 3 for sure. Nice. In my opinion, was like a finishing second. This one, and a big demonstration of power and skills for lane 1.
Yeah, definitely. He had control of that race from
that was Talon Paul.
Talon Paul.
And someone took another bath. Someone.
You're feeling it. You're feeling the desire to. This nice, cool water feels good.
Right.
Yeah.
And it was him, the winner. He just wholly to get some refreshment. Was like for 500 meters putting 100% power. We see someone already stretching up and getting ready. People stretching up and getting ready to race. He's one of the race organizers here. And we're gonna have a quick commercial and get ready for the next.
2, 1, 2.
Yeah, back in the game.
All right. Small little Are break there. Those were the boys from Tahiti, huh? Was that the Teamy? Is that the Teamy one we have?
Yeah,
Team
that
video?
was a nice commercial. That was the not only Teamy but all RA commercial in general.
Yeah. So we're now distributing the Teamy boat too, the Teamy V1, and we're also doing our own shapes, and then of course the Matahinas. Right now we are looking at it should be a second heat of 19 and under. So we just witnessed the first
Talon
heat.
Paul that won this race.
Talon Paul in heat 1 looked super
solid.
And you know, and so again, these 19 boys some of them are right on the cusp of having to paddle open. So one of the things we talked about earlier today was if you are you have to be 19 and under at the race time of the World Sprints, which is in August 2024. So right now we have a race going on, and there's a second heat of 19 and under, so they'll be competing it out in the finals tomorrow with Paul Talon. And on the lane heat, second heat, lane 1, we have Vince Haw. Lane 2, we have Elias Mamak. Lane 3, we have Vincent Silver de Leon. Silverlone, and in lane 4 we have Roca Nathan. It looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I named out 4 names, but we have 5 on the course. So just to keep an eye on what's going on. We do have a few changes. So race day changes always come up. We've actually had to add a few races today, but you may recognize your paddler out there anyway. And we're just here to kind of share with you guys what we're trying to keep growing and supporting and investing in and motivating in, and that's the sprints and the Outrigger canoe. And I see lane 1 is having a challenge keeping that canoe in his lane. So again, these lanes are half the lane size of the V6. So they're going to be roughly about 23 feet wide, and you do have to stay. You cannot at any time go outside your lane. So lane 1 is doing awesome. Even though he was almost out of his lane, it looks like he's doing good. And then we got lane 4 and 5 are going to be fighting it out for a second place. That's going to, looks like lane 4 kind of popped up and took that away from lane 5. So they'll be prospectively second and third. And then in the 4th spot was lane 2. Now remember, and we have one huli on the course. Okay, so we got our safety team going over to the huli to be sure that everything is okay. But just remember, on these heats for the V1, it is going to be based on your time. So you may get 3rd, 4th, even 5th place, who knows. But if that entire heat is, well, basically, so you're looking for the fastest top 7 times for today in your heats. So here we had 2 heats. So you want the fastest 7 because we're going to have 7 lanes for the finals. So that is, again, that's part of your motivation. Even if you're not looking at top 3 in your heat, that might be a screaming fast heat. And remember those, some of these, like the last heat where we had Paul up ahead in lane 1, that 2nd and 3rd place team might be far enough back that, you know, you might be looking at 3rd, 4th, or 5th and still faster than those guys. So you got to nail it the whole time to the flag. So right now we're bringing in a V1 that just flipped. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to finish the race. But so just so that you guys know, we good? Okay. Just so that you guys know that. So we rigged these canoes all exactly the same. So that's part of one of the standards for IVF sprints and world sprints in the championships is that we can't have adjustments being made to the craft during and in between races, because as you see, we're exchanging canoes as quick as we can get people in and out of them. And so what we do, because it is true, there's not going to be one rig that necessarily fits all. So we average it out. I was part of that group that rigged the V1s, and we average it out probably to somebody between 170 and 180 pounds, where they're comfortable. That being that it's not going to be tippy and super light. We call it, in the race world, we call it hot. It's rigged hot because we don't want to have people come in and be, you know, worried about flipping over the canoe. Now, an experienced paddler will get into this canoe, and if they see that it's a lighter paddle evener, will probably lean a little bit more left. They'll know that they'll have to sit in the middle or even lean a little bit right just to get that AMA up. But that's part of the V1 discipline. You learn how to balance that AMA, and you learn how to make that V1 move a lot more efficiently. While you are racing, you can lighten up that AMA by putting your weight in the right part of the seat. So that could have been something that just happened on this huli here. But more than likely, I've been in these canoes now, or I raced today, but I also set them up, and they are very not tippy. And again, that's so that we don't have a bunch of hulis going on throughout the day, and then we're held up on our schedule. And so again, and to make it fair for everybody, we just have to rig them all the same, all exactly the same, and we do kind of look for an optimum weight. So what we're looking at now is a championship final. We're going with the Masters 40, 500 meter, and they're on the line. I'm looking from here. I don't see any flags yet, do I? I can't tell if that's a red. It is a red flag, and it's a go. So I see a green flag go. So this is going to be our Masters 500 meter 40s. And it looks like this is a championship final, as some of the previous six V6 races were. So basically that's saying if you qualify, well, depending on how you finish here will be the place that you will qualify for the World Sprint. So first, second, third, fourth, and so on. Now again, as you get into some of these races with heats and some of these races that don't have heats, remember that we are not completely sure how many canoes are going to be able to represent that division. Usually it's 3, and sometimes it's 4. So we won't know that until the committee in Hilo, Hawaii will be able to assess how many teams are allowed to represent your region or your country, okay? So in a championship final like this, I'm looking at 3 canoes. It looks like if they have 3 canoes that are allowed, that these guys would probably follow up and be able to qualify. But again, you still want to come out and see where you stand. You want to look at your times. You want to be pushed, and you want to be pushed now, because whatever happens now is going to kind of set, you know, the training that you want to do to get yourself ready for Hilo. So this, and it's always good to be on the line. And you know, with any type of racing, the more you're on the line, the more you're comfortable, the more you're relaxed, the more you stick and learn your plan, you know, and your strategy, the more you got, and then of course, the more you got game face, right? So, you know, that's all part of it. So different styles out here in these 3 crews, dramatically different styles. And that's the character of what we're doing here. It's just awesome to see all these different styles, and they're really close together. So it's good that they stick to their program, and it looks like, oof. I honestly want to say that I thought I saw 2. Did I see 2 canoes going into the same lane? No, I couldn't tell. It looked like 2 canoes came in between lane 2 and 3. I could be wrong, but we'll have to keep an eye on that. So remember, it would, yeah, and I hope it didn't happen. I hope I was seeing it wrong. Again, because imagine you got 3 canoes, you're probably guaranteed a spot in the world sprints, and then you come in under the wrong flag. Well, that negates everything. So we'll have to follow up on that one, and that was race number 36, Masters 40, 500 meter. So I thought I saw 2 canoes coming in between lane 2 and 3. So what we're having set up out on the course now, on deck, it looks like a V1 race. It looks like we're going V1 Masters 60 Min with 2 heats qualifying for a final tomorrow. And after that, we will have a championship final for the Masters 60 Women 500. Okay, so let's see what happens here with these 60s. Now again, these 60-year-old guys are coming out and they're putting it on the line, and there's just as much fierce rivalry in these 60s as there are in the 50s, 40s, and opens. These guys play the game. I know. So I'll go off the list here. I know Pete Hengini he's in lane 2. We got Gary Hernandez from Santa Cruz. He's in Pu'u, Hawaii. Sorry, in lane 1. Golden State Outrigger is in lane 3. That's Matt Chamberlain. And in lane 4 from San Francisco Outrigger, Mike Gwingona. And so then in the other heat, we'll have also 4 paddlers. So remember, these V1 in our V1 lanes, we can only accommodate 7 V1s. So in order to make that final, you got to have the top 7 time. What's kind of interesting in this V1, and it's in the name of letting everybody participate that shows up or that wants to or that's trained for this. So we have 8 paddlers. We got to split it up into 2 heats, and really only one person is going to get knocked out of this in the final. So these guys are going to basically be doing this twice. Which again, more time on the race course, more time racing, the more comfortable you're going to be, the more experience you're going to have against somebody who doesn't get on the line very often and doesn't quite get that challenge. There's so much mentally involved here. So I see one canoe that looks like he's going dramatically in the different direction, and looks like he's back on course, and now he's going the other direction. So let's focus on the canoes that are going in their lanes. Remember, you have to be in your lanes at all times. There's no, oh, I went out of my lane, but I came back in. Very strict. In Hilo, they will have lane monitors, and they're pretty savvy about keeping everybody in their lanes. So when you start this race at the start, there's a marker, I want to say about every, 30 meters, and it's the same color marker. So basically, it's essentially a line that you can follow. You have 2 lines on each side of you. It's what it looks like. And so you have a pretty clear idea of where your lane is on both the right and left side of you. It's kind of like a track that has lights on each side. You stay within those markers, and that's your lane. So right now we're looking at lane 1 is got the hammer down, but I like lane 3's confidence, and he's just kind of making that boat glide. So this is going to be a nice finish, and that's going to be between Gary Hernandez in 1, and in lane 3 we got Matt Chamberlain, and in the middle we got Pete Hengini. Here we go. I'll tell you what, a little more race and lane 1 would probably move up, but that's all part of the strategy. When do I turn it on? When do I give everything I got? So do I give it all at the beginning and hope I make it all the way through? Because I'll tell you, when you're pushing 500 meters And I know that might not sound like much. You're giving 110%, if not more, and it's hard to do that whole time. It's hard to do, especially if you're being challenged. So good job to that first heat of 60s and 60 and over masters. You should be lining up one more heat of that.
What you said right now, Chris, I think that's the key point when we talk about preparation for a sprint race. I would say that's the most and one of the most important. Learn how to give the specific power for each section of this 500 meters, when you have to turn them more on the full power, and or
Sure.
starting soon or later.
Sure.
Makes that's part of, they would say, the specific training for the sprints. Learn
Exactly.
how your body is going to behave during those 500s. It's really, really important.
Sure. And this kind of comes for me. It reminds me of how you see these K1s and these K2 guys, and you see these rowers. And again, those races are, they're dramatically intense. They're fast, and you see the different strategies. And this is our version of that. The World Sprints is our version of like a World Championship K1s or, I'm sorry, yeah, K1s, K2s, K4s. We have
C1, C2s.
yeah, C1s. You got the rowers, and all of those. We have friends that do those sports and in the Olympics, and then come over and do outrigger. And so this is our little version of that. And outrigger paddling has been an exhibition sport in the Olympics. It was back in 1984 in the LA Olympics, if anybody can remember that far back. It was I know the person who was in the final for that V1, and I've heard his story, and so this is part of our this is part of what we want to do. And does it ever get us to the Olympics? Not very often. It's been 84, but that was Kevin Olds, who was qualified from Hawaii, and ended up getting inched out at the end by a Tahitian. I've heard the story. It's an awesome story, and just a super super cool historian, really, for outrigger paddling. Kevin Olds. He's down here in Southern Cal, and he paddles for offshore. So as I'm now starting to name drop, as we're getting closer to the end of the day, I may do some name dropping here, because I like to give credit to those people that have done this for many years, that have inspired, that have taught, that have coached, that have kept us alive all these years. And not really, that we need to be kept alive, but as part of that, that group, we call them lifers, that evolve the sport, and we have them right in front of our faces sometimes, and we don't realize it, and then there they are, and they're just inspiring people to paddle good. They're like myself. I'm always looking at film and videos and YouTube for technique, and we have a bunch of those guys, and so I may start throwing a few names out there. I know we've
It's
already.
funny.
I'm sorry.
It's funny that you said that about the Olympics. It's not, and this is something interesting, because I think it's one of just a few sports that it's not Olympic, but it's Paralympic.
Well,
You have the Paralympic.
they do have the
Yeah, the
Paralympic,
Paralympics.
the
Yeah,
division.
yeah.
I wasn't aware of that, and it's something to be noted that you. Well, let's just put it this way: one of the fastest growing sports right now is our outrigger canoe paddling in the world. So every country is taking on, and let me just say, with Andre Salsa standing right next to me from Brazil, Brazil is going nuts with outrigger. They're making their own canoes. They're literally designing their own canoes. Let me just break off real quick and mention we got the next race started. This is race heat 2 of the Masters 60. We have Benicia in lane 1. That's Barry
McNamara.
McCowan. Lane 2 is Nelson Alstrom. Lane 3 is Alfred Zinn, and Kevin Cowan is in lane 4.
And this is a very, very, also another very close hit. We see here on lane 4 getting the lead. It's Kevin Cohen, but he's falling very close by Alfred, who has like a very long and relaxed stroke. So it's gonna be an interesting race. How like Alfred's gonna be behaving after the second part of the race, and also Kevin, because we see difference of stroker, different power, and looks like Alfred has it's way more relaxed on his. Maybe he's gonna have more power in the end of this race. And the race continues here, both ahead of the game here. I would say lane 4 and 3 leading this race. Yeah, we passed the half mark already, the orange buoy, and we see that the race is still not defined. I would say that Alfred picked it up a little bit on Kevin. So again, it's gonna be a very interesting finish for this race to see who's gonna be ahead of the game in the end. Kevin continue leader the race. I think he put a little bit more of distance right now. His stroke rate it's way faster than Alfred. Alfred really relaxed, and yeah, now we have a definition. But this is hit 2 of 2. Kevin is also picking up his pace right now, getting close to the end. The last meters for him.
No.
And we almost having a definition here. And yeah, Kevin winning this race. Alfred coming second place. And this was the Masters 60 men.
Now, did we have a para in this event?
Yeah, we have here lane 1.
So lane 1 is a para, I'm being told by our official here who checks in all the V1s. That's Anj
Barry
Flaviani here. Thank you very much for volunteering and doing all the stuff you do. So we have a host of helpers, and this is lane 1. If you can see that in our drone shot, that is a para paddler. I thought we had 2. Do we have 2 or 1? We have 1. Okay, so that was 1. So he is by all means, again, props to that, and then he is qualifying here for Hilo. And so it was Barry McGowan in lane 1 from Benicia Canoe Club, and super to see him out here doing that. So he actually has an apparatus there, a second outrigger, so that he can make sure that stays balanced. But that's just wonderful.
That's amazing.
So we're wrapping up the V1 races for the day. So basically everybody that raced today in V1s will be back tomorrow if they had 2 heats, and I think everybody did have 2 heats for their final. So this isn't quite over yet, and don't party too hard tonight, you V1ers. We're going to get into our last V6 race, which is the Masters 60. This is a championship final. So these paddlers in 7 lanes will basically be going for all the marbles here. No heats, one quick final, one quick 500 meters. Thank you, and they're done. All right. So if that doesn't get your nerves going a little bit, and then we'll take a quick break. And then we're going to start going into the 1,000-meter races, which is going to be a whole nother fun section of what we're doing today. So for right now, focusing on that last 500, and I see a flag. Oh no, okay, so they're not quite waving flags yet. They're probably lining them up. And do we have a drone shot right now, Edgar? Okay. I got our drone shot back up. And everyone's giving a hand to Barry, our only para paddler. No, thank you. Thank you so much. All right. So we're waiting for this last lineup of the 500s. And this will be for all the beans here on these 60-year young women for the 500-meter distance. All of these age groups, gang, are going to be able to compete in a 1,000-meter distance coming up shortly. So that will play out with some turns. Okay, so we're going here with our final 500 of the day. And it looks like, could that or could that not be Dana? I'm guessing that it's Dana in lane 5, and I'm just going by the drone shot. But let's go over some of these teams. We got Pacific Northwest in lane 1, Santa Cruz Outrigger, which is Santa Cruz Yoko. Okay, Yoko, right on. Lane 3 is Grit. Lane 4 is Team SFOCC. And lane 5 is Dana with those beautiful jerseys that they have. 6 is Team Phoenix. And lane 7 is Santa Cruz K. So Santa Cruz looks like actually has 2 canoes in this champ final. And they're both trying to get in there. So there might be a little bit of a rivalry there going on, inter club rivalry. But I'm watching from a distance. They just passed the 250 mark. And Dana is holding strong and maybe even pulling away a little bit more. Yeah, it looks like they are pulling away even more. And remember, these girls have kind of, I don't want to say that they've mastered the long distance thing, because we always, we always got stuff to learn, and there's always another big race, but they're really putting it together for these sprints. And, I'd like to brag about them, and I don't know much about their program. I know they've had some awesome coaches, but what I'm going to say is I don't know if they trained for these sprints or if they're just coming out and sprinting, because they're kind of that good in my book. I know that, a lot of these teams that do super well in distance races can come out and just throw a mean 1,000-meter or a mean 500. So I can see if that looks like Julie Wolf in there. It looks like Jill Schuler in the back. So that actually Jill paddles with Lana Keela, but she's here representing California and the United States, the U.S., continental mainland U.S. Lane 2 coming in. All right, so not a huge a gap, but not an embarrassing gap, with Santa Cruz coming in second, and lane 6 on an unofficial third, and then kind of ... So right on for those 60. I can't believe that a 60-year-old women's crew can move. That was super. So forget about the age. These women are awesome. Super awesome. And with a lot of that, with all those years of paddling, bring in some experience. I know, and I remember Julie Wolf, who was in that last Dana boat that just came across the line in first, was here with me in 08. And of course, we were a little bit younger and whatnot. But I'll tell you, as I was talking to you guys about those lifers, we love the passion. We love the Ohana. We love, I want to say, seeing new people come out, seeing novices, the looks on their faces when they're doing these races, the juniors, when they get in a program, they train all year, and then they come out and prevail and get a first, second, or a third. There's nothing better, and that's just kind of, the circle of life here is we have our time in the spotlight, and then we're able to kind of pass that on and share that and get new people out to come and do stuff. So Yeah, so Julie's daughters also paddle with, well, I believe they're both paddling with Dana, but I remember them as young children coming down, and her youngest barely able to walk, coming down to these races, and now they're championship paddlers, and they're planning on going to Hawaii Nui next month to. So this is going to be where we've experienced our last 500 meter. This is our last so we just did our last 500 meter. We're going to take a break. Can we show some videos, Andre? So what we're going to do is show some videos and stuff, and we're going to be back. We're not sure if it's going to be 15 minutes, 20 minutes, but we're going to be back. So take a break, go grab a beer. It is Saturday, and it is afternoon, so you're allowed to drink and watch, couch sport. And they're going to move the flags, and we're going to start with 1,000 meters. So again, thank you everybody for taking a look and sharing our sport with your friends and family. But it's not over yet, so we'll be back shortly. Thank you.
This is probably one of our first few times going on to the V6. Next few weeks, I'll learn how to steer as well. And I hope that we can paddle just like them. is probably one of our first few times going on to the V6. Next few weeks, I'll learn how to steer as well. And I hope that we can paddle just like them. This is probably one of our first few times going on to the V6. Next few weeks, I'll learn how to steer as well. And I hope that we can paddle just like them. is probably one of our first few times going on to the V6. Next few weeks, I'll learn how to steer as well. And I hope that we can paddle just like them. This is probably one of our first few times going on to the V6. Next few weeks, I'll learn how to steer as well. And I hope that we can paddle just like them. This is probably one of our first few times going on to the V6. Next few weeks, I'll learn how to steer as well. And I hope that we can paddle just like them. This is probably one of our first few times going on to the V6. Next few weeks, I'll learn how to steer as well. And I hope that we can paddle just like them.
And we are back, everyone. Just a quick shout out for you guys that are still watching this live streaming of the 2023 Sprint Nationals here in Sacramento, California. It's an amazing day. We're running those commercials because we had a halftime break for the competition. So the race organizers, they are cleaning up the lanes and giving instructions for the next race that is going to start. That is 1,000 meters. So we're going to be having changes. Now we're going to have turns. Stay tuned. I'm here with Angela. Angela, can you tell for my viewers, explain what's happening right now in this halftime and why they should stay tuned?
Yeah, so you want to stay tuned because we have the V6 championships. The final races are coming up. We're just getting ready to set the flags on the other side of the field. So they'll start here, which was the finish line is now going to be the start line. They're going down the course. They'll be taking a turn, and they will be coming here to finish the race. So you want to stay tuned. It should be just a few more minutes, and we'll get our first final cruise on the starting line.
So what you see right now, for the people, what Angela was saying, what you see right now on the camera, that was the finish line. And now that is 1,000 meters, they are gonna start from here and finish here. It's gonna still be the finish line, but also it's gonna be the start line, and they're gonna be doing the turn buoy where they were starting before. Stay tuned. We're gonna keep here, give us a credit. Stay tuned to our vibes and follow those athletes competing here on the sprint race that is also a qualifier for the 2024 Hilo. Stay tuned, guys.
This is probably one of our first few times going on to the V6. Next few weeks, I'll learn how to steer as well. And I hope that we can paddle just like them. is probably one of our first few times going on to the V6. Next few weeks, I'll learn how to steer as well. And I hope that we can paddle just like them. This is probably one of our first few times going on to the V6. Next few weeks, I'll learn how to steer as well. And I hope that we can paddle just like them. is probably one of our first few times going on to the V6. Next few weeks, I'll learn how to steer as well. And I hope that we can paddle just like them.
And yes, guys, we're here back live for the 2023 National Sprint Championship, USA National Sprint Champion. They also qualifier for Hilo 2024. And Chris, I'm trying this is just a shout out for the people who are still watching us here to stay tuned because we have more coming, right? We're running those commercials, but stay tuned because we have more coming out. Yes, we can hear you, Chris.
All right. So there's no doubt. So we're taking a quick break because we got to do a race course adjustment. So what's going to be interesting about this next race course is that it's only going to be 250 meters long. So it's going to be half the distance that we've been doing, but it's going to consist of turns. So it's going to be, honestly, a lot more challenging for these paddlers. It's going to be a lot of stuff to, I want to say, to commentate, to look at, and kind of hold your breath at. So these turns are in the lane. So the lanes are about 45 feet approximately on the half, if you will. So they're, if you times that by 2, that's going to be your lane distance. So that is about 2 lengths of how long the canoe is. These are about a little over 40 feet. So it's not a really big area when you consider you're turning a canoe in a 40-foot canoe in that tight of a distance. So,
and what do you see right now on the screen that was the finish line is also the start. It's going to turn to the start and finish line right now.
In 1,000 meters, we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. You're right. So we are going to get a little bit closer of a view of the starts. Everyone's going to be down at this end now. And of course, our finish will finish in the same place. So it's going to get really exciting. And, you know, just looking at the course right now, to be able to see V6s running 250 meters with turns is just going to be screaming. Now, I don't know if that's how they're going to run the IVF stuff in Hilo. I know that when we did this in the past, that they did keep the course, and this is way in the past, they kept the course a 500 meter, and you didn't have to do quite as many turns. But they also have different divisions of distance in the IVF. So today we're doing 1,000 meter to qualify everybody for Hilo, but I believe there's a 1,500 meter race and maybe a 2,000 race. So what you want
to talk more about this? We have also here Nanu that is sharing the mics with you.
So from Hanohano, we have Nanu Mare. Did I say it right, Nanu?
That's right, brother.
And a good friend of mine and a Tahitian transplant. Am I doing it all right? Transplant. So
good.
It's great to have you here, and we do have one or two other Tahitian transplants. But this is with Nanu here and other paddlers from Tahiti coming over, if not to visit, but to come over and start paddling, is just boosted our energy. What do you think about the paddling here? Nanu's from Hanohano, so that's down in San Diego, but he races in Skora. How's your experience so far with what we're doing in SoCal?
It's pretty cool. Mostly for me coming from Tahiti, it's kind of nice to still find that culture here in the mainland. Yeah. So I was really excited for it. So yeah.
Did you paddle a lot in Tahiti? Like, were you on a team? And
yeah.
What was your team?
So I used to paddle for. I'm from a small island. It's called Taha'a. That's pretty much the second legs. That's where the second legs of Hawaii Canoe finishes are. Yeah. So I'm from that little island. Paddle for a couple clubs down there. One famous, pretty popular team is Tahanui that I paddle for as well. And then Yeah, and then I moved here 5 years ago. So
Oh, so
still,
you just got here.
still was
5
able
years.
to find paddling here. So
5 years
pretty
is still
surprising.
acclimating.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, because our whole thing about what we're doing here is we want to get to know our paddlers. We want to, you know, now unfortunately we don't have the camera on us, but it would be what I like to do is to get to know these paddlers, and then when they see you, Nanu, they're gonna go, hey, that's that guy from Tahiti that
I
came over and now he's
know.
paddling, and it's just fun because we're such a small circle of people and a community. So it's always just super to have our your fans or your
Yeah.
your people to come up and give you a high five or whatever. And
Right.
one thing I love about that and paddling here is so many people eventually start to get to know you, and now they're gonna know, hey, Nanu's here. So right now you're paddling with Hanohano.
Hanohano, this is my second year joining Hanohano. I first started
There
with
was a request, man. Your
yeah.
request is here in
All
order.
right.
You're on camera.
So
I first
we're like,
started when I first moved here. I first started here actually paddling with the capital Outrigger. Then I moved down San Diego.
all right.
Started
Race
paddling
on
with
tomorrow.
yeah
All right.
yeah.
Okay.
So moved down San Diego. Started paddling with Oceanside. Then last year I joined Hanohano, which I'm pretty excited about.
Yep.
And then ever since we've been working hard. The boys putting the work in.
I remember when you were at Oceanside, and I was telling Joey, hey, we need to grab him up. we need one
Yeah.
Tahitian on our team. But that's great. Let me tell you, with your program, and we have another one of your paddlers.
Yep.
Introduce your teammate here. We're
This
on
is
camera.
this is Garen, training partner. Been paddling together. I think he's been paddling for what 8 years with Hanohano, something like that. 15. Yeah.
So a little bit of backstory. I spoke with Garen earlier. I don't know if it was yesterday or today, and he was saying how excited he was to be back